Are you calling my tea soup? I'm confused. Hello, everybody. Thank you for waiting. Garrus needed to go out. As he does. Okay, thank you. That's fair. It's a liquid. It has weird things in it, so it's definitely a soup. I didn't bring myself a little thing to put my tea bag on. And by tea bag, I don't mean tea bag. My team's user basket. I'll be right back, sorry. Hello! Hello! I have returned. No! Davrak, please! Hello. Alright, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Today we are playing a random game from my backlog by the name of Necrobarista. It looks like fun. So, yeah. Before we get too settled into everything, hello to Katja, Virlex. Breathe, oh my gosh. Whew. Davrak. Hello. Wait. Okay. Barista game, yes, correct. Where's my... There it is. Puppy is already waiting for a treat. Hold up. Wait, what? Oh, that's from the other day. Necrobarista, final pour. Coffee shop of the dead. I don't know. New game. It looks interesting. He's gonna keep breathing on me. And I don't feel like dealing with it at this particular junction. So. Down. Ow! That was my hand. Down. No. You know that. No. Down. Down. Good boy. Shake. Good boy. Good boy. Oh no! I see glasses. Is it me already? They thought of the faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrade who came not again. They lifted their glasses, and sadly they said, "We drink to the name of the mate who is dead." Henry Lawson. It's too bloody damp down here. You know we're underground, but I don't suppose there are any windows we could open? There's a ventilation duct in here somewhere. Maddie, mind opening it up? Get some fresh air circulating? Other end's blocked right now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. You'll have to grin and bear it. Oh no, there's no indication of who it is. I'm sorry. He slapped my arm a little bit. My arm's red where he hit me, but it's okay. Can we hurry this up? Calm your farm, old man. You're well aware it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn on some lights on? With all the rubbish you've scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Light bulb. It is an old... There's 3 people. Okay, maybe 4. 5. There's 5 people. Thanks. You're more organized than last time, I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey, Maddie. How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Great. Now, Shay. What's up, little P? I found you a chair. Aw, thank you. Sit. I think I need to turn the game down just a wee bit. Please excuse when I do that. Just a wee bit. That shall do. Should do. So, this whole thing. Surely it's not legal, yeah? Maddie wasn't clear on that. Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order. Mate, it's not just bureaucracy. Shush you. Most rules can be bent after all. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking the rules. As I'm sure you've realized. Hey, don't give her all the credit. Is this related to her gambling for time? Mm-hmm. So, the transfer. This is the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes? Small scale, though. Doing it on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. Council successfully suppressed all available information about it, though. For good reason! What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Or try it again after you fail, for that matter. Stubborn scholars notwithstanding. What do you even call this sort of magic, then? Question's irrelevant, 'cause it's banned. Extremely cool! That's what I call it. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But hey, we're among friends. So we call it what it really is. Necromancy. Neat. Raising the dead. To have coffee. Maybe. Alright, let's take those tea leaves out of my mug before it gets too late. From your hazy memories, a certain word calls out to you. Necromancy. You try desperately to remember what it meant. Necromancy. Ugh! This fragment of a memory stays with you. Piece together the past. Remember what transpired. And never forget. You are scattered. Practice. Fascination. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too many words. Ah! Zombie. Zombie. Oh no, please don't be the first person. Uh-oh. I didn't think this was first person! Well, cool. We'll see how long I can play this then. It wants me to go that way, so clearly we need to go the other way. Oh. I can't jump. That's a thing. Alright, well. Apologies to everyone, this is first person. We're gonna see how long I can play it. I didn't realize it would be, so... Are there doors I can go in? It doesn't seem to be bothering me yet. So maybe it'll be fine. I'm hoping it'll be okay. Oh man, look at that ghost tree in that library. Oh, this is the coffee shop, I think. Press and hold blink to well, that button, you know. And nobody can see my mouse, so that's fun. Uh-huh. Terminal house rules. Ask first if it's rude. What? Oh gosh, this is weirding me out. Okay. Huh, it's fine. Maddie's rules. We welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrived. Don't ask who's alive. It's rude. If someone wants you to know, they'll tell you. The dead have 24 hours to spend within the premises before moving on. Strictly enforced. No, we don't have Wi-Fi. Report broken items and other anomalies to staff. We can't clean up your broken glass or spatial rift if we don't know about it. Don't feel the eidolons. Anomalies, yes. They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. Okay. Immediately feed it. I must feed the thing. This just wiggles it back together. Oh, wait! I didn't mean to go back into that. Alright. Well, door's open now. Hello. Welcome to the coffee shop. It's mean, I know. I know. I shouldn't feed them, that's mean. I probably won't. It probably won't even give me the option. They get angry! Oh no. Part 1. Pull the shot. Steam the milk. No, you did that in the wrong order. Oh my gosh. You steam the milk while the shot is being pulled. If you wait, the shot dies too long. I mean, it doesn't matter for like a latte as much, but... I'm gonna shut up now. I can't stop to drink tea. The terminal. Carlton, Victoria. Prostrats, no. Australia, 3053. Excerpts from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese but exclusively uses it to mock people to their faces. I'm very self-conscious about my top hat now. Oh. Real story. The first time I ever got my nails done, I went to this like hole-in-the-wall place with my mom. And they were speaking Mandarin Chinese. And I know a few words. Not a lot, just a few words. And like, the lady looked at me, and yes, I'm very pale. I don't tan well, I just burn. Anyway. She's looking at me, and she's just like, shocked. She turns to her coworker and is like, Guai which means pale ghost in Chinese. I'm like, how dare you? I know I'm pale. Rude. But, you know, tiny me was like, I'm not gonna say anything. They can mock me. And I'll just shake my head and walk away. Anyway! Observed little girl running around cafe with knife unsupervised. Came down with deep sense of ennui after visiting. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about Don't be a dweebus. Okay. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about burnt taste in coffee. This coffee's some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure. I have no taste buds. The door closes. Big dweebus. Big dweebus. I'm sorry. Okay, who's this? Yo, what up? Hey, mate. You right? Oh, these are Australian. I don't I don't know how to do an Australian accent well. I keep slipping into, like, Cockney, and it's not good. Okay. Okay. You can see me? Clear as day, yeah. What can I get you? A rural British accent with a lot more curse words. Fair. I've been walking around for hours. See, that's not right. I've been walking around for hours. Nobody was talking to me. I don't even know how I got in here. I think you'll find it was via the front door. Okay. Right. Where am I? This, dearly departed, is the terminal. Carlton's finest. Departed? They say our coffee's to die for. Yeah, he's dead. Yes, Aaron, to you too. Correct. So, I don't really know how to go about this. Ask me anything, man. Coffee is demon juice. It might be. And or the living. We're not supposed to ask if they're dead, but I think we can assume sometimes. You're not the first disheveled dead guy to drop in, and I'm sure you won't be the last. What does everyone ask? They generally ask, what does everyone else ask? Ah, shit. They always say that. Then there's the embarrassed silence. Rude. Barista, please. All right. I get it. You make a habit of bullying everyone who comes through, or just the pitiful ones? It's almost exclusively the latter. I guess that's consistent. Always felt like people saw me as a pitiful guy. Sorry, I was actually just kidding there. No, you're right. I'm a fluffing sad sack. Language warning. Boss hated me. Family hated me. Work sucked. Just like everything else about me. Now I'm never even gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. That's it. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. Hey, come on. Now I'm sitting in a cafe for dead people falling apart in front of the barista. Mate, pull it together. Startled silence. Number 1 rule, no breakdowns in the cafe, please. I promise, man. You are okay. I know how it is. Are you dead? No, and I don't know if you read the rules outside, but... God, I did, yes. I can't even get that right. In that case, you'll also have read that you have 24 hours left before you gotta move on to the next place. And I don't think you want to spend them having one big, long, extended panic attack. 24 hours? Ah, shit. What I'm saying is, everything's okay. Just take some deep breaths. We'll sort this out. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fuss. Cafe's empty. It's not like I've got anything else going on. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? I'm kind of a burden. You're not, promise. Chin up, mate. Let me tell you about the building. It's got some cool history. So the first time I came here was about 4 years ago. And that's why you should never ever serve a martini to a dead biker, even if he specifically asks for one. Huh. Out of all the possible ways to react to that, that's one I certainly didn't expect. Yeah, no point in seeking eternal vengeance if you're gonna have to leave in a few hours anyway. It kinda strips it of meaning, you know? There's no way to tell whether you'll even care once you cross over. But then again, maybe I'm just being a buzzkill about it. Shouldn't go around policing people's reactions to things. I'm, still wrapping my head around all of this. Death, that is. Feels weird to say it, doesn't it?
Weird. Yeah, that's the word. So you said most people don't ever find out how they died before they pass, even if they got murdered or something?
Yep. Most people don't die from murder. It's mostly sickness, or old age, or lawnmower accidents. Well, they call them accidents, but really, loads of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. I knew it! That said...
Alright, hold on just a moment. You can't just drop that move. Possessed lawnmowers? Seriously?
Anything with spinning blades attracts them. Garden equipment, blenders, power saws. They're a real pain in the arse. Gotta do at least 1 or 2 exorcisms a month on the coffee grinder.
That's wild. What? So, I know I'm breaking the rules again, but how many people in here are
Dead?
Yeah. It's a cafe for dead people. Does that mean it's everyone? Or some of these people just really into ghost cafes?
A little of column A, a little of column B. Plenty of mortals come through, but this is one of the only crossing points in the country, so we get a lot of your type. That's also why the rent is so high. Because those vampires who own the place know we get a lot of foot traffic.
Literal vampires?
No, like boomers, landlord class.
Same thing, I guess.
So to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. Out of those 9, yourself included, I'd say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on their way to the next place.
How can you tell?
Once you've worked here for a while, you get a sort of sixth sense for this kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Speaking of sixth senses, I've got one for trouble.
You have 2 sixth senses?
Hello, Ashley. Ashley had adopted the cafe staff a couple years back, much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. So she was kind of ferociously smart. Oh, I can't read. Okay, well, here we go. She was the kind of ferociously smart kid who absorbed information like a sponge, but only used it to cause trouble. Today, she was accompanied by the stench of motor oil, brought with her a look that said, "I'm invincible, genius." She was mostly right about that one. All right, I know that look. Spit it out. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the crap, kid. What are you after? I'm busy dealing with a customer. I'm not really needing any attention. Oh, not really needing any attention. Shut up, Keishan. Keishan, please apologize. Or I apologize if I've mispronounced that. I need an extra pair of hands, and none of my ashlings are around to help. Don't you have any clamps? We got you a bunch for your birthday last month. They're all being used for other important things.
They were not.
Ashley? Ashley's good. I like this. Pretty sure I saw one on a table upstairs earlier. No, I really need a helper. Ashley, I'm busy. Please.
Hey, I could probably...
Please.
I could...
Come on, Ashley, you've got to let us work. I'm not going to get anything done down here if I have to keep going upstairs to find the screwdriver you've misplaced. But...
Hey, no dice.
What about Shay? He can help me.
What about?
He's emptying the dishwasher. Sound familiar? It should, because I told you to do it an hour ago. Oh,
It's really no trouble.
Oh, why don't I take this guy? Only thing he's busy with is being dead.
Hey, come on.
Ashley, I'm not gonna argue with you about this. I'm sure he would rather relax than be bossed around. Also, manners! We've talked about this. You've got to be more respectful in front of the customers. Please!
I'm happy to go upstairs. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything else going on, and I'm super dead.
Dude.
I'm cool with it. I am Kishan, very dead guy. Happy to help.
You sure? I can just send her back upstairs.
Promise. It's fine. I'd just sit around and be a pain otherwise.
Perfect. Come on, peon. We've got work to do. Oh no. Ashley wasn't getting enough attention, but with Maddie's newfound responsibilities, some sacrifices had to be made. That meant the kid would just have to occupy herself more often than not. She still felt guilty as hell about it, and...
You know, I reckon this place needs more plants.
Ah! Jesus Christ, Shay! You're gonna give me a heart attack, you old bastard!
What's on your mind?
Head in the clouds, as per usual. Did I look like I was thinking weighty thoughts?
Excruciatingly so. What's going on?
Nothing important. Just my resting bitch face. Okay, hold up. We're gonna add a little bitty quick. Little bitty quick. Tiny. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Nope. This one's different.
How so?
Your facial expression is reminding me of the time you tried to fistfight that cosplayer.
Okay. Oh, the samurai? The one who barged in waving his gift store katana around and demanding satisfaction after I refused to put 15 shots in his coffee? Weirdly specific. What's it look like?
Looks like you just got threatened with 1,000-fold Nippon steel. It's a precious memory, so I remember it clearly. A mix of deep disgust, a whole bunch of derision, and a tiny pinch of pity.
Yep, that's me. What a mood!
You alright, though? Real talk.
I'm fine.
I'm actually fine, or let's not talk about it, fine.
The second one.
Pharaoh. Offer's still open if you'd like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry. Can I grab that tea towel? My hands are wet.
Oh! Yeah, here you go. So, did the dishes need hand washing, or... I'm sure I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier.
Nah. Thing's busted. Latch won't close. Might call the repairman.
Pharaoh Spaghettio. No. Felix, no.
Ashley shouldn't wash them by hand anyway. Her arm would corrode. So, I did it. Not a problem.
It's okay. I'm being silly. Pharaoh Spaghettio. Is that better? Are you happy now? Yeah, fair enough.
So, like I mentioned, it'll need a repair, unless you want to let Ashley in on it.
I don't... Okay, how do people do that? Like, with the sound commands? If you tell me, I'll maybe think about implementing something like that.
I'd call the repairman myself, but our landline stopped working last week.
We have a landline?
Yes. Ancient technology. An inelegant tool for a less civilized age.
Oh, that's fair.
Only works when you pay the bill, though. I don't know if it'd be cheaper to get it repaired. Or to just buy a new one and give Ashley the old one for parts. Costs are pretty close, all things considered.
I don't know how to. Streamlabs chatbot. Oh. Is it that simple? Well, never mind then. Hey.
Don't work too hard. You'll worry yourself into an early grave.
Hey, you spent 50 years digging holes. That sounds like pretty tough work, old man.
Ow! Old man! For your information, I'm barely, 170-ish.
I'm failing to see the inaccuracy.
It was during a literal gold rush. Everyone was doing it. Only thing different about me is that I eventually started digging up things more interesting than gold.
The only kind of gold I'm interested in is brown gold. Coffee. I mean coffee! Shut up!
Hey, so...
Hmm?
No, it's just another stress on the stress pile, but I think we need to put in an order for more kitchenware soon.
Ugh.
Yeah, another thing that costs money. We're beginning to run out of cutlery, though. Keeps disappearing. Not sure where. I don't know how long it can wait before we get more.
Ugh. Don't know if we can afford that this month. I use Streamlabs OBS, so yes. Just, everything's a bit too pricey right now. Doesn't help that the coffee cartels keep pushing prices up.
I don't think the importer is part of a cartel. They're quite nice. I've seen photos of their kids.
You ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals with the prices they charge. Wholesale my arse.
And yet, we keep buying from them.
Well, yeah. The beans are good, man. It's just everything else on top of them that's stressing me out.
Yes. I'll happily accept the blame for some of that.
It's fine. You don't have to. I know it's all on me. I've just got to figure out how to pay everything off.
Everything. And everyone.
Ow! That hurt me. Ugh! The shitty Council of Death and the doubly shitty time debt we owe to them are the last thing I want to think about right now. I've lost enough sleep over it already.
Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know? You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. And I can't help but feel a little bit culpable for that.
I know, yeah, I know. And you, I can't thank you enough.
Shh, it's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure it out as a team, just like we always have.
I just don't want to deal with it,
I get it. And I don't want you to feel like I'm imposing or interfering too much. I know the cafe is yours now. And even though things are a bit much at the moment, I know I keep saying this, Maddie, but I don't know how much time we have to deal with all of this before things start falling apart.
Things are already falling apart.
But you're going to have to face reality at some point, you know that, right?
Shay, oh my god, yes, I know! I don't need any more reminders from you. Back off, man! The council's always on my mind. I can't escape them. My best is all I can do, okay? Just because you're my best friend and my old boss and my mentor doesn't mean I need you preaching to me about how I need to deal with my problems. Because they're my problems now, not yours.
Alright, no worries. I'll give you some space. Might go check on Ashley. Seen her recently?
She's upstairs, dragged a customer up there talking about clamps or something.
I'd better go rescue them then. Be back in a bit.
Shit, he's right, isn't he? We really could use some more plants. You could always use more plants. So we're gonna strap a big old steak knife to it and make them fight each other.
I love it. This is gonna be great.
I want to build something that gets put on TV, the TV show Battle Royale, with the flamethrowers on it. You're not gonna put this one on this little guy, are you? A flamethrower? Probably not. But I want you to record the fight on my phone so we can send it to the producers.
Yeah, sure thing. Let's get this knife attacked.
Pass me those zip ties.
Zip ties.
And a knife.
Knife.
And my coffee.
Are you sure? Who even gave you that?
Coffee! Damn it. It's empty. My coffee is empty, Kashan. The world is beginning to vibrate.
maybe it's good that your cup runneth empty, yeah?
I think my cup needs to runneth with more espresso in it. I just...
How many shots did you put in there?
Too many, Kishan. But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso he had? But yeah, I'm reading a book about Icarus. He flew to the sun. I'm cultured. In related news, I have a headache.
Oh no. I think you might want to read a little more about Icarus. There's a twist ending to that one.
I'm holding a knife, Kishan. No spoilers.
Okay, I like this child. No spoilers. Promise. Alright, Shay, just say hi. Try not to get a knife slung at you this time. You got this. Hey, kids.
Ah! Intruder!
Ashley, please!
Kishan, my buddy, my pal. Did I get him?
No, you missed.
Damn it!
But, wait, you threw it on purpose?
Extremely on purpose, yes.
I'm fine, by the way.
Oh, it's just you.
Would it have been worse if it was someone else?
Probably. Unless they were an actual spy come to steal my robot designs. Then it would have been good. Hey, I think I'm crashing.
Oh no. Is she okay? Did I kill her? She'll wake up in about 15 minutes. No ill effects.
What?
You probably shouldn't give her any more coffee. She turns into a real goblin. Oh. She told me that it'd make her immeasurably powerful. She's part robot, at least. We know her arm is robotic. I mean, she's not wrong. But, you know, great power, great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kid's got plenty of energy already. Maybe not the sense of responsibility, though. Yeah.
In this game about slinging drinks? Partially, yes. She's at least got a robotic arm.
I know what you're thinking.
Clear as espresso.
We did have to put up another language warning, though. Ahoy! Yeah, I don't even know how I ended up sitting here attaching knives to robots. She's very convincing. You don't have to tell me, mate. She basically lives here. Her parents would kill me if they found out she's nearly killed me. Pretty good blind throw, though. She makes me proud in the weirdest ways. Huh. Did she learn from the best? She did. But the best definitely wasn't me. Addie's pretty deadly with knives. Loves her flashy tricks. Bad habit, probably.
Robot arm! It's right there!
Well, you can't see my cursor, but... Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being very rude. My name's Shay. Used to own this place. Now I just sort of sit around and cause trouble and sometimes have knives thrown at me, I guess. I'm Kishan. And I died today.
Welcome to the terminal. Achievement unlocked. I like robots, I cannot lie.
What?
Ah!
I'm alive! I'm alive! Alive? Oof, we got a loud one here. Ah, be nice. You know it's scary waking up.
Big lights coming towards me!
I think it's reliving its last moments.
Looks like it. What is happening?
Hello.
I do not remember having this many limbs.
Join the club, pal. We are reborn in a new image.
I see.
I'm Kepler. Nice to meet ya.
And I'm Jacoby. I am undefined.
I don't know if that name will stick.
Its body is made of a milk carton. Should we just call it milk?
No, too basic. Imagine if you called me Goon just because I'm made of a goon box. I wouldn't like that at all. Ashley was yelling about someone called Lovelace the other day. I think that's a good one, I think.
Wait, that's a good one, I think. Yeah, that's fair. How does our new friend feel about it? Acceptable. Or acceptable?
Excellent.
Nice to meet you, Lovelace. What the crap? What is going on? I don't know how I feel about this. Ooh, spicy. Oh, that's hitting the back of my throat weirdly. Look at you, turning into a responsible human being. During intermissions at the end of episodes, you can freely explore the terminal. Memories are scattered throughout the terminal that delve into the tales of its patrons. More locations and memories become available as you progress through the main story. Alright, we are again in first-person mode. Fair warning to anybody who needs it. Door's shut, so that's good. Just need to... That is def not a word. Yeah, that's what I figured. Toast! No, that's not toast. Authentic Australian Lamingtons. Ingredients: 200 grams butter, 1 cup castor sugar, 5 milliliters vanilla extract, 3 Mallefoil eggs, Mallefoil eggs, 500 grams self-rising flour, sifted, half cup milk, 2 cups shredded coconut, icing, 4 teaspoons sugar, mixed and dissolved in water, 1/4 cup cocoa powder, 100 grams butter, half cup water. You will also need convection oven, Lamington pan, 3 centimeters deep, 20 by 30 centimeters base, baking paper, an electric mixer, a Lamington. Possible substitutions. 200 grams for a recipe isn't that much butter for a cake. Possible substitutions. Chicken eggs can be used in place of Mallefoil eggs. If electricity is not available, whale oil mixers can be used instead. Yeah, that's normal. Oh no, should I tell you about my best buttercream icing or frosting recipe? There's so much butter in it. Okay, hold up. Mass is the part of the metric that I'm least familiar with. Yeah, that's... Okay, so... Here, let me do a quick... So, 1 tablespoon of butter is 20 grams. So that's 20 tablespoons of... No. 10 tablespoons of butter. Sorry. My buttercream recipe, it's so good. You can kind of cut it down. Oh, that's in my Google Docs. That's like a stick and a half. A stick is 8 tablespoons. So, a tablespoon and, or not a tablespoon, a stick and 2 tablespoons. Okay, so my best buttercream recipe, it's a Swiss buttercream, and it uses 3 sticks of butter, or 340 grams. It's a lot of butter, but it's really good. And it just kind of like, it holds its own, because it's also got egg whites. Basically you make a, it's very crude, but you can think 1 pound is, yeah, right. I'm just really bad at remembering those transactions is not the word. Conversions! There's not a T in that word. Exactly, thank you. But anyway, it's a cup and a half of butter, and then you make a meringue out of the egg whites and the sugar. So, and the egg whites and that being made into a meringue adds a lot of structure to it. So the butter doesn't like melt, but it melts in your mouth, but not in a like melty butter sort of way. It's also fun because if you accidentally get it too warm, you can just throw it in the refrigerator for a while and it comes back together almost instantaneously. It's the easiest thing to do apart from doing the meringue. Anyway! Let's get back into the game now. Also, if you add a cup of pistachio butter, it is literally the best icing, or frosting rather, I have ever had. By the way, there's a distinct difference between frosting and icing. Icing is thin and watery almost, at least until it dries. Frosting is what you get on a cake. Alright, tiny soapbox over. There's a culinary difference. Anyway, it is strongly hypothesized that a homunculus made with lamington DNA could be used in lieu of an actual lamington, but no confirmed tests have been confirmed due to the lack of success in producing actual homunculi, especially homunculi capable of baking. Correct, Synthpop. Frosting can also go on muffins. Exactly what Synthpop said. Instructions. Grease lamington pan, line with baking paper. Also use parchment, not wax. This is important. You'll thank me later. Using electric mixer, beat butter, vanilla, and sugar until airy. Add eggs to mixture. Have your lamington stir flour into the mixture and add milk. Have lamington pour into pan and smooth. At this point, you may dismiss your lamington. They are no longer needed. Bake for 30 minutes. Make icing. Frosting. Actually, it might be icing. I didn't look at how much stuff was in it. Boil water and combine ingredients. Beat until smooth. Apply icing coating, 1 millimeter thick. And sprinkle coconut. Don't make you bake. I'm not making you do jack, dude. A lamington is like a homunculi. It's just like a little familiar. Repeat until all icing and coconut have been used. Note that it is not necessary to have a lamington perform this step. Tips for procuring a lamington. Any recently departed lamington who comes into contact with a 40-60 mixture of vanilla and coconut will begin to glow red. Any recently departed lamington who comes into contact with this 40-60 mixture of vanilla and coconut will begin to glow red. Note that a 30-70 vanilla coconut mixture will cause them to glow green. The 30-70 mixture can be used in the case of potential lamingtons who have particularly flushed cheeks or are otherwise difficult to identify by a red glow. But this is generally discouraged as the effects can persist for several hours and can be often unsettling to guests. Only around 20% of people who claim to be lamingtons have actual lamington in.
Only around 20% of people who claim to be Lamingtons have actual Lamington ancestry, hence the need to test potential candidates. Be particularly skeptical of anyone who claims to be directly descended from either a Lord or Lady Lamington. Lamington pretenders uniformly claim to be descended from a former Lord, leading to an overwhelming number of these claimants being false positives. There we go. Most Lamingtons were agricultural workers, so anyone claiming to be descended from a farmer or of Lamington is more likely to be credible, but should still be tested to verify authenticity. Do not bother testing anyone claiming to be descended from the 3rd Baron of Lamington, as Victor Alexander Brisbane William Cochrane Bailey died childless. Gluten-free option. Having a Lamington stir self-rising flour into the mixture is critical to the synthesis process and will not work with a non-gluten alternative. Those feels when no gluten-free option. Frowny face. That's so good. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry. Not to be confused with Islington, a major character in Neverwhere. Ah, I haven't read Neverwhere. I probably should someday. Okay. Let's find things to click on. There's a lot of things I should read, like the Graveyard Book. Ocean at the End of the Lane sounded like something that would have been right up my alley, but I haven't gotten that far yet. Neverwhere should be everywhere. Ah. There's another one that I was thinking about recently that I should have read and I haven't yet. And it's not a gaming one. Alright, let's see. And apologies for, like, the short moving away from things because it's first person, so it's a little bit much sometimes. Battle Royale Robot Power Rankings. Windless. When I first saw the name of this bot, I thought it was styled to be like a girl who could run control storms and run like a ninja, a real lass of the wind. Or maybe a girl of the elements, someone with the ability to become the wind itself. If I were a windlass, I would vanish in an instant whenever Maddie appeared. She would look around and say, "Where's Ashley?" And I would be right there, but she wouldn't notice because I would be one with the wind. And then, when she left, I would fade back into the room like a ninja. This would only work outside and in the rooms that are really breezy, so I would probably set up fans in the workshop to make it really drafty. Then I looked up online and learned that windlass is actually a fancy name for a winch used to pull anchors up. Which at first made me think this bot was lame. It works by hooking its arms under enemy bots and pulling it up to flip them over. It never even tries to smash the other bot to bits or melt it with fire. But then I watched it in action and realized that flipping your enemy on their back to incapacitate them is the ultimate ninja move. Windlass moves like a master, spending the entire match trying to bait its opponent into exposing its weaknesses. And then, like a ninja master that knows how to jab at exactly the right pressure point on the back of the neck to make their enemy's head explode, Windlass grabs the enemy bot by one part of it that happens to be sticking out at the wrong time and flips it onto its back. Note, most bots only have wheels or legs on the bottom, not on the top, so when you flip them over, they're totally helpless and the match is over. To avoid this happening, make sure to put wheels on the top as well. Like, when I make a bot like Windlass, I'm going to call it Badass, because that's what it is! Hello, Elnina. Okay. We're done with this one. You missed the recipe! It was great. Yeah, there was a recipe in the game. It was a cake. I don't have a Lamington though, so I can't make it, but, you know. Crucible product reviews. Spirit-resistant quartz crucibles with self-sealing lids. I don't have a Lamington. Product description. Heat resistant up to 1650 degrees Celsius.
Self-sealing lids form airtight seals around this crucible's ground rim. Yeah, that word that Synthpop said. Highly resistant to corruption and spiritual interference. Clear inner and outer covering allows for easy spotting of cracks or imperfections. Quality suitable for mixing potions. And I've never seen this word before. Filtrace? Average rating, 3.5 stars out of 5. Product reviews, 5 out of 5. I love this! The covering, despite being quartz, has a textured appearance that gives it a silky smooth feel. Most crucibles feel sterile and cold. Filters, thank you. I feel dumb. Yeah, but you need a lamington to make the lamington cake. You could use a homunculi in place of a lamington, but you need to have the lamington. Maybe. It's not thoroughly tested. Most crucibles feel sterile and cold, but this one makes for a perfect beverage container when entertaining guests. 4 out of 5. A previous crucible set I used was inherited from my grandmother, who brought them over from New England. Unfortunately, 2 months at sea were not kind to her spiritware, and her crucibles were filled with tiny cracks and microfractures that allowed unsightly-looking soot to build up, leaving them stained with hard gray lines everywhere, looking like they were about to crack apart at any... No! At any moment. I'll show you in a minute. She used them for several decades to come, but every time I worked with her and watched them heat up, I was afraid they were constantly on the verge of shattering. No bamboozle, only lamington. One she used to contain a lost wayward spirit for several days before finding a home for it. And I would set up at night to check the embers under the crucible, and always unsettled me how fragile the container was. Several times I found myself tempted to tip the crucible over just to see how easily it would shatter under my soft touch. Needless to say, this new set is much nicer. They are sterile, and I can keep several of them in my bedroom without feeling unsettled by the presence. Okay. 2 of the crucibles in my set arrived with small chips in them, but I contacted the manufacturer and they replaced them at no charge. The replacements were express shipped, and the process was quick and painless, so great customer service, and they offer replacements up to 1 year. For the price, they can't be beat. 4 out of 5. Owned mine for 2 weeks and it didn't crack. Decent for the price. 5 out of 5. Received mine in the mail this morning. I can't wait to try it out. So glad to have finally found someone selling crucibles at a reasonable price. A brand name one costs over $200, which is just outrageous. 1 out of 5. Bought this several weeks ago since it was the cheapest crucible on the site, advertised as spirit resistant. I'm working on a filter for my graduate thesis and purchased 100 of these for lab use. My plan was to monitor 100 different animal spirits over with different types of plants matter and compare how different biomaterial affect their vigor over a 90-day period. The first day, I set the first 5 with samples of mugroot, feverfew, ginger, ginseng, and golden seal. I placed them in the crucibles over low heat, 80 Celsius, and left them overnight, and over the next 2 days did the same with all the remaining crucibles, finishing on a Friday and leaving the lab alone for the weekend. When I arrived back on Monday, I knew that something was wrong when I noticed a rain cloud hovering over the door. It's not uncommon for rain clouds to appear at any time of year, at any time of day in our part of the country, but it's quite another to find a rain cloud localized entirely within the hallway of your research lab. I braced for the worst, but I guess I should have braced harder. Nothing could have prepared me for the smell when I opened the door. I immediately felt my eyes watering and actually found myself choking. It smelled so bad. I slammed the door shut and went to the basement to grab one of the emergency respirators to keep down there. Unfortunately, the respirator did little to mask the terrible stench inside the lab. I opened the first crucible and saw that it was filled with a tar-like substance. And as I studied its inky black writhing form, I felt the air sucked out of me, almost like it was trying to drag me into the abyss with it. I threw it onto the floor and the container shattered, splattering the floor with tar-like substance, which began slowly crawling across the room. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and sprayed the tar until it was completely covered. I heard what sounded like a sputtering noise, followed by a long gasp and a scream that faded into oblivion. After poking at the fire extinguisher spray, whatever was underneath was clearly quenched. Took the remaining crucibles and placed them in the oven and baked them at a temperature of 1600 degrees for several hours as I sat alone in the lab contemplating the cruelty of existence and wondering what my academic advisors would have to say about my thesis project. After several hours of waiting, I opened the oven and checked the contents of the crucibles, revealing nothing but ash. Whatever it was that had been drawn by the spiritual emissions of my lab work, it was gone from my world, but the memory of that day will haunt me for all of the remaining days of my life. Do not buy this crucible for spirit-related applications. My wife is one of the product designers who worked on this item. The crucibles in this listing come from a manufacturer called Mars Security LLC. Back in 2013, they were some of the best hardware you could get for your money and earned a reputation among hobbyists as great value for anyone working on a budget. In 2016, they did a survey and found that fewer than 3% of buyers were actually using the crucibles for spirit-related applications and decided they could cut costs by removing the spirit-resistant properties. However, they found that the products advertised with updated ad copy to reflect this didn't sell as well, so they continued using the old product description which advertises it as spirit resistant, which was not spirit resistant. I don't know how they're getting away with this. Apparently the definition of what is actually spirit resistant are legally murky, and the number of people affected is small enough that they continue to sell well. Stay far, far away from this one, and warn anyone you know of who might buy an item like this that does not work as advertised. Here goes the 11th of Opera yearly... What? October yearly opera song. What? Oh. 5 out of 5. Nice color. That's it. Oh my gosh, my favorite is reviews. 1 out of 5. It was great. Like, why do you do this? Or better yet, 11th of October. I didn't remember this at all. I've forgotten. How dare I? Okay, we have to go back to the Lamingtons. So Eldina can see. See, okay, you will also need convection oven, Lamington pan, baking paper, an electric mixer, and a Lamington. A pan and a Lamington. See? See? I'm not crazy. At least not on this matter. Okay, it is strongly hypothesized that a homunculus made with Lamington DNA could be used in lieu of an actual Lamington, but no confirmed tests have been confirmed due to the lack of success in producing actual homunculi, especially homunculi capable of baking. The tiny wiggle, yeah, this is... because it's not capturing my mouse. Have your Lamington stir the flour into the mixture. They are no longer needed. And then there's this whole thing about how to tell what color a Lamington is. How to tell if people are fake Lamingtons. Anyway. We're done. I should have it capture my cursor again, but it's just the mouse cursor. It's wiggling because I'm moving. You need dough to make more dough? You do. There's something weird like that. Isn't that? I mean, yeah, but you need the Lamington to make it official. Wiggles for oh, not that kind of wiggle. Sorry. Is there something back here? Plates. Ugh. Why is it all blue here? Oh. Thinking about alchemy. Determination. Excuse me. Highlighted passages from Thinking About Alchemy the Wrong Way by Sophie Cordova. Most study of alchemy throughout history can be characterized as either practical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to understand the world only as well as is needed to fulfill certain utilitarian ends, and philosophical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to come to a more complete understanding of the world as it is without prejudice, for which portions of alchemical understanding can be wielded to utilitarian ends. In modern alchemy movement, there has been a tendency within literature to place a greater emphasis on philosophical alchemy, based on the premise that coming to a more complete and correct understanding of the universe is the best way for us to discover new practical methods for the physical use of alchemy. Much of this is based on the modern scientific movement and the post-Enlightenment era. Much like our understanding of theoretical physics gives us more accurate models of physical reality which have real applications in engineering, have a better understanding of alchemy on a philosophical level informs our practice of alchemy. However, it may be that this focus on alchemy, which places an emphasis on being correct rather than useful, has thrown out the baby with the bathwater. Admittedly, my position here is hardly biased. The fact that practical studies of alchemy have largely been chased underground is the reason that the tome you're reading is self-published rather than distributed through more official channels. For example, underappreciated in the development of modern alchemical practices is the use of a 5-element model. Early Aristotelian alchemical models were based on an understanding of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Later, Aristotelian alchemical models separated elements into 4 categories of earth, water, air, and fire. While this model may be more accurate and reflect an evolution of our understanding of alchemy, it seems to sacrifice the more practical separation of elements in a way that better allows us to understand less tangible things. While wood is not an element strictly speaking, it helps for us to think of it as such. After all, juxtaposing wood against elements such as metal and fire makes it apparent that wood possesses certain soul-like qualities that other elements lack, which might prompt us to question what it is about wood that seems to make it behave like a super element, with practical uses beyond the conventional. There is a great irony in the fact that while these kinds of questions eventually led us to discard the 5-element model, the new model no longer allows for the existence of this sort of question to exist in academic literature. This book serves as my guide to asking the wrong questions to arrive at the wrong answers that nonetheless seem to work. It is a book for troublemakers and rule breakers indeed. The fact that you hold this book in your hands right now is probably evidence that you have broken several rules to acquire it. That, or you are a rule enforcer tasked with destroying my work, who for some reason has decided to take the time to read it. Perhaps you are reading my work in search of identifying information which might lead you to my location, or you are reading to gain a better understanding of someone whom you consider to be an enemy. Perhaps after reading my work you will realize that my ideas are not so dangerous as you've been to believe. Or perhaps you will realize that they are exactly as dangerous as you've been told. That was the excerpt we got. Go away. You're too long-winded to tell me the same thing. Oh, gosh. Dishwasher. It's broken. Is there anything else in here I can click on? Can I go upstairs? I didn't even think to try. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I can't. Okay. Well, I guess we have to talk to her now. Wait, can I click on that? Yeah. Oh! I thought I was clicking on something right there. I was clicking through the glasses at the sign. Whoops. Alright. Continue. Yes. Okay. Determinated wiggles. I My computer fan sounds like it's not happy. Oh, right, I have to click. Sorry. It's kind of a graphic novel.
Man, I'd love to see that.
You feel like a turtle. Why do you feel like a turtle?
I could use a pick-me-up. Can't promise it'll be there.
All you want is pizza. Felix, I don't think I get it. Is it just that you don't want to leave your house? Or is it something else? I'm confused. Help.
I can't promise it'll be there. It's kind of inconsistent. Still, though.
Oh! Yeah, okay. See, I'm a little bit short, so sometimes jokes like that kind of just fly right over my head. I'm sorry. I'll foot the bill for that one. Teenage Mutant Pizza Turtles! I like it. Okay, okay. No, they're very active. And they never really get the whole, like, the time to eat the whole pizza. Usually they get the pizza and they have to run out and do something. Maybe. I don't know.
Still, though. A hallway that's only there sometimes? How do you get in the kitchen otherwise?
Curry and bananas for the Swedish pizza.
There's another slightly longer one that we use instead. It's much less exciting. But on the upside, it's...
Is Watson a turtle? Yes. By that logic, yes. Watson is a Ninja Turtle. He's the one that uses a gun, so nobody remembers him.
It's much less exciting, but on the upside, it's consistently there.
Why what? 'Cause he doesn't get to eat. He always gets called away the minute he has food in front of him. And he does do the dirty work. Wait. Does that mean that Sherlock is... Splinter? This feels like a weird train of thought.
Okay. I love telling new people about it, though. Our reaction's always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect to be getting enthusiastic today over a weird quantum hallway. Or enthusiastic at all, actually, because as soon as I stopped to think about it, I realized I'm actually extremely messed up about this.
Exactly. High five, El Nina. Too small to reach the joke.
I understand. Your life has gotten very weird, very fast, conceptually speaking. Or, your unlife. I should be better at talking about this by now, shouldn't I? Geez, that's not a fun one to think about, huh? Just keep talking about the hallway so I can keep my mind off this.
Correct. One of our bingo squares was about how Watson never got to eat. Like, the minute he had food, he was getting called off. Down low. In the middle! Wiggly thumb gesture.
To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain...
Excuse me, 1 second.
Okay, sorry. That's how it ends, yes. To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain a lot of what goes on in here. Building's mildly sentient. Too much magic in the soil for it to not be, really. So the cafe's alive?
Because I made a joke about how the turtles never get to eat. And the turtles were trained by a guy named Splinter. Hello, Pemio. And by a guy, I mean a rat fellow. A rat fellow. I don't remember. How does Splinter turn into a rat? Because wasn't he a dude? Or am I just confused? I think I'm super confused. I don't know a lot of lore about the turtles. He was always a rat. Okay. Thank you. I never really got into the Ninja Turtles. I watched some of the cartoons when I was little, and they were super weird.
Not necessarily. Plenty of things have come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into that category.
Became anthropomorphized by the same goo that turned the turtles into turtle children. Gotcha. Teenagers, not children.
Plenty of things have come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into that category. Also, it mostly tends to shift in ways that are helpful instead of frustrating, so quantum hallways.
Shredder killed his master. Oh. Oh. Okay. Thank you.
I'm making myself a cuppa. You want something? Nah, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? Didn't actually catch it, and I feel like a jerk. Ah, Maddie? She's the owner now. Not just the barista. Still makes coffee, of course, but since she's the owner now, she has a lot more to juggle. Why are you asking? Got your eye on her, eh? No! I have a boyfriend. Had? Oh, jeez, this is a lot. I can't imagine how he's feeling. Try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Okay. You wanted that drink now? I think I want something a little more potent than coffee right now, sorry.
Don't enable him, Kashan.
Shush. I can get you something stronger, mate.
Shot of whiskey, perhaps?
I thought this was a cafe.
Well, it is, mostly. We do serve alcohol, though. And stronger things on request.
Stronger?
Stronger like what?
Baijiu? Absinthe? Pure ethanol?
You think a place like this wouldn't have anything stronger than that?
Stronger than pure ethanol?
Sure.
Or sure, remind me later and I might pull out some of my special reserve.
Don't enable him, Kashan!
Hey, someone's gotta drink it.
I know you're not gonna touch the stuff aside from setting it on fire. Excuse me, I have perfectly good reasons for wanting to set a puddle of distilled soul on fire. Ooh, now I kind of want to tell my brother's fire puddle story. I am not going to, though.
We'll agree to disagree on that one.
So,
Kashan, what'll it be? Actually, I changed my mind on the coffee. Can I order something complex?
You know Dwayne Johnson. He rocks. Question mark.
Gotta treat myself on my last day on Earth.
He's stronger than ethanol. Oh. Put spot, no.
I'm after a sugar rush.
If we have the ingredients,
It shouldn't be an issue. Maddie can whip it up for you.
Cool. In that case, can I have a large quadruple shot, double vanilla caramel, no foam, super hot, reverse, coconut milk? Oh, you.
Coconut milk macchiato.
Oh my god!
With 2 sugars and whipped cream on top.
You didn't want foam and you want. Oh. It's fine.
Maddie?
Yes, dearest?
Can you, I don't quite know how. Is this real? Oh. Is it too much? I was gonna ask for that shot of whiskey Shay mentioned earlier, but it seemed a little extra. Well.
Yes, it is too much. I don't think even Starbucks would serve that.
Why?
Because it's a fucked up order, man! I had to, I'm sorry. There you go.
Dang.
Every single word of that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire so I wouldn't have to think about making coffee ever again. Ah! Sorry. It didn't happen. Nobody heard it. But the whiskey's fine. I do that too. I have a counteroffer, which you have to accept.
Yeah?
I'll make you another double shot long black, and I'll put whiskey in it. But I won't call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, on God, I will strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. They will smell delicious afterwards, if that's any consolation.
Yikes. It does sound like a competitive counteroffer. Not the soul thing. I'll take the coffee.
My generosity knows no bounds.
Normie.
Normie? How dare you? So, to conclude, that order sucked because it defies the laws of physics, has a heart attack's worth of sugar in it, and is something only wankers ask for.
Is it possible to die twice?
Yep. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead. Or if you manage
to really annoy somebody between here and the next place. Which is more likely because resurrection is illegal.
But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, the answer is no. Life and death have slightly different meaning here. Can't die from natural causes. Don't clip that. Fearlex, I'm looking at you.
Don't clip that. It's a bit complex and weird, and we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. I'm over 200 years old, and I still haven't made proper sense of it yet. Just got some vague ideas. Right. So what's keeping me from just staying here? Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go to the next place?
You've got a certain number of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible.
Fungible?
They can be bought, sold, and exchanged, generally speaking. But the Council of Death always collects on debts owed to them. And you'll start running up a debt if you stay here too long.
Your soul starts to get itchy, too. It's not something you want to experience. You've had a few stay past their allotted time, and they've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. It starts with general irritability, and then worse things begin to happen. Uh-huh. Is it a weird thing to wrap your head around? How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce?
You get 24 hours. Any longer and when you start to pick up the tab since you're on our premises. And as charming as you are, we've already racked up too much time debt from letting people stick around past their expiry date. We're deep enough in the hole as is, hours-wise.
And cash-wise. We're extremely poor.
We've been a bit too lenient in the past, letting people stay just a little longer instead of gently shooing them onto the next plane of existence, etc. You know the drill. But hey, since hours are fungible, you can always acquire them some other way. Anyone being... what? You have a friend who poses for pictures without anyone being... oh, like they have a button that takes the picture for them? Or... how do they do that then? But how do they get the picture taken? Oh, they just do that for fun. I see. That's funny. There's something there's something happening tonight actually that you might be interested in.
Seriously? You're still doing that?
Shush.
You know the council doesn't look on that stuff favorably. Ned said so himself.
It draws customers and helps us shave down the debt. I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, F Ned.
We have a 13-year-old right here, and you know...
she's heard enough coarse language for a lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. Fearlex, no! How dare you?
How dare you?
That's my one a year then, I guess, everyone. Since we aren't playing robots this year. She's right, though.
What?
How dare you? Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stress out. Maybe not you so much. But Maddie gets nervous and it brings down the mood, man. So F Ned.
Goodness, I think you've had too much coffee today.
I'm crashing so hard right now, you have no idea. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a pre-crash and I'm having a double crash or something.
All I ask is that you try and keep the swearing to a minimum when customers are around.
Okay. Does Kashan count?
It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tradies, so you'll learn to ignore it pretty quick. Are tradies? Were tradies? Ugh! They're still tradies unless they changed career in the last couple days, but they're not my roommates anymore because... Hey, mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks, and I feel extremely bad about it. Having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest.
Yep. Even just adapting your language is a pain, isn't it? Want a proper drink now? Without coffee in it? Beerlex, please. How dare you?
Yeah, that'd be good. TV didn't say anything about there being a storm tonight.
Huh. It looks like a decent-sized one's rolling in.
Melbourne weather strikes again.
Yes. Also, that order is horrendous, and if you ever go into a store and you order that... Oh, no. I guarantee you're getting decaf. And if you order it... No. The whole thing that he ordered. Like, if it was just a macchiato, that's fine. But it's all the parts leading to the macchiato that aren't.
I'll go upstairs and close the windows.
Cheers.
Come on, Ashley. Let's clean up your workbench while we're up there, yeah? Do you need a bribe?
Yes.
You have some chocolate hidden away.
Acceptable. No. At that point, he's getting sugar-free. Not that I would actually do that. Point is, don't be rude to your baristas, because they'll make your drink terrible. Or they can. They have that power.
Wait. Dead people can still get drunk, yeah?
What else do you think we serve, or why else do you think we serve alcohol?
To make money?
Well, yeah.
Hang on. Do I even have my wallet?
Doubt it.
I don't, yeah. How does that work? Why do I have my clothes but not the contents of my pockets?
I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. That doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of is that you can't stay. People don't generally come in without their clothes, fortunately. Yes, we are playing Necrobarista. We are serving coffee and alcoholic beverages to passing ghosts.
So about this drink, I guess you're gonna give me straight vodka or something?
Why's that?
You don't like making complex drinks.
Dude, no. I don't like making ridiculously caffeine-laced milkshakes for overcompensating soccer dads. Ding, ding, ding. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason.
Oh, okay. What have you got then?
Shay's got everything you can think of, and then some.
I could go for a mint julep. Hey, what's that outside?
Outside? Some guy out in the rain? Oh, shit!
Maddie, what's up?
Let's get started on that drink. Ah! It's Ned! Ned is here!
Morning. Hi. Hello, recently departed. Hey, that hat you're wearing kind of makes you look like... Ned Kelly? I could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. So how'd this one cart get?
Good morning to you too, Ned. He has a strange head.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning, Madeline.
Piss off, Nedward. That's not even my full name.
Isn't it, Maddie? Shay said it was, and he never lies.
He never said that.
Well, no, but it was worth a try.
A try at what? Catching me off balance? Some shit along those lines? Nate, I am so off balance right now that a light breeze would knock me head over arse. Don't push me.
Hey, mint julep is great. Just wanted to contribute that to the conversation. So you catch the game last night?
No, and I do not care to discuss the egg sport with you or anyone else. Don't try it.
Oof, just making polite conversation. You should try it sometime.
Maybe. Not for you, though. You've never come in during daylight hours before. What do you want?
Nothing much. I'd like you to talk to Shay at some point, but it can wait, seeing as he's missing.
Planning on sending in a search party?
Might do. It'd be a shame to lose an old friend by letting him wander onto some train tracks or something.
Yeah, well, shut up. He's upstairs last I saw.
What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me.
Why are you like this?
What was it?
Last saw him walking upstairs.
So he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country to dodge the massive time debt you lot are racking up.
He can't go far. I've got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regards to the debt?
It's not your problem.
You must not have heard.
Not your problem.
Shay! Your dickhead friend Ned is here.
Oi. I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. I'll be down in a sec.
That's why there's a language warning on the stream now. Please be warned.
Yeah, sure, but you also work for the
Yeah, sure, but you also work for the Council of Death, so even if you are a distinguished gent, it cancels out.
Is the Council of Death like a normal city council? Except for wherever dead people live?
Yeah, but only the trash that needs to be collected is right in front of me.
This guy?
Me? No. No, you. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you, Ned. The trash man from hell. Because councils pick up trash. That's the joke.
Oh, cool.
He's even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. It's totally fitting. I kind of think maybe she shouldn't be doing this.
I'm not from hell. I don't care.
I don't care. And to be clear, Ned, in case we weren't already, you are the trash.
Yeah, I get it. You know how long Shay's gonna be?
Dunno. He was busy upstairs with Ashley.
Yeah, I had to hide like 5 steak knives from her. I didn't even know she had 5 steak knives. Bit quiet there, mate. How long have you been sitting there?
Does it matter?
Well, your employee's being very rude to me. So if you'd heard any of that...
I keep trying to tell him.
My employee... Yes. We had some catching up to do. I don't follow. Did she quit? Did you fire her for gross incompetence? Far from it. There's been a shakeup in the cafe's management structure since you last visited. Oh no, don't tell me you gave her the whole thing. Okay, won't tell you.
I tried to tell you before, man.
Hey, does anyone else like mint juleps? Because this is great and I'm nearly done, but also my tongue is numb and I'm wondering what the deal is with that. Was there something you wanted to discuss? I need a drink before we go through all that.
Sure. The usual? Yes, please. Well then. So mean. How many people did I scare off by having that clip exist? Yep. How come he gets a curly straw? So, Shay, spin me a tale of how and why you landed... Wait, no.
So Shay,
No. Don't worry about it, Eldina.
spin me a tale of how and why you handed down the cafe to this person.
Well, every man's got his price.
Can my price be a curly straw too?
Buddy, I'll give you 2 if it means you'll stop complaining about numb lips.
Yeah, what did you make this with?
I couldn't find half the ingredients, so I put in a bunch of baijiu and some chili seeds. Yes, I know. It's got some of the stuff though, so it's a mint julep in spirit. This is a triple entendre and it's making me laugh inside. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Does this have any mint or julep in it at all?
It definitely may be lacking mint, and I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of the mythical julep. You asked for baijiu earlier, though, so there's you go, mission complete.
Maddie, I'm getting very drunk very fast.
Baijiu will do that to you.
Here,
I think you should have a little lie down. I'll get you some water.
I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need to lie down.
Kashan, my dude! You absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up in one of the booths up the back. It's nice and quiet over there.
I'll fight you.
I'll win, though. Up you get, mate.
Bloody hell. It would have been helpful if you'd told me about this before.
Probably.
I'm not worried about it. Maddie knew what she was getting into with this whole cafe situation, and it's natural that it might take a while for her to get the hang of running a business. Bloody hell. Bit of a dog's dinner, isn't it, though? Oh, for sure. But it'll get better. Like I said, not worried about it. Well, you might want to hold your judgment on that for the moment. I am, unfortunately, here on official business.
Oh, I shouldn't have given you the straw, then.
No, you shouldn't have. I look quite silly. Want me to get rid of it? It's just Maddie. She won't use it to derail our conversation or make me look like a fool or anything like that.
Straw? No, I'll get you one after you take a nap. You can sip the water like a normal person.
I'll put it with the dirty dishes then. Sacrifices I make for this job. Hey, you met me through it. So can't have been all bad. That was bloody 100 years ago.
Man, really?
Longer.
Time flies when you're immortal, huh?
Quasi-immortal. This old rust bucket's still got an expiry date somewhere down the line.
What's this about immortality?
Hey, you should buy more plants.
I love that keeps coming back. Shut up! Sorry, continue. Immortality?
Nothing that I'd trust you with, that's for sure.
Aw, don't you want to see crotchety old me being rude to youngsters in 100 years?
Truly, I do not. The far future doesn't need amateur necromancers.
Your loss. So, you two heading upstairs?
Actually, Ned does in fact have something fairly important to discuss with you.
Oh?
It's about the debt you owe to the council.
Yeah, I know. What about it?
Maddie, it's time. You owe us over 600 hours. Shay signed a contract. The hours are the cafe. You own the cafe, so you own the debt. And tonight, I've come to collect.
Okay. Oh no, it's the robots again. That was kind of intense. Do they do that often?
The song and dance thing.
Yeah. What do they think they are? Some sort of enemy? There you go, Felix. Yeah, what do you think they are? Some sort of anime street gang. What sort of self-obsessed jerk has their own their own theme song?
Don't be a downer, pal.
No, I was talking about the dramatic encounter.
Oh, between Maddie and Ned.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got
Chemistry, excuse me, no. Not the romantic kind, the explosive kind. Can't leave them in the same room together or they'll kill each other. Fair. Bad history.
Maddie's just a serially troublesome person from Ned's perspective.
Doesn't help that she can't stop herself from pulling pranks on him.
No, I suppose not. I mean, he doesn't make it easy either.
I don't think he's used to having his authority questioned. She really gets under his skin. Wasn't he a famous criminal? And therein lies the irony of the situation.
What a strange world we live in.
Ha!
That's quite the comeuppance.
Once it gets back into the game, I think I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay, this shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us. Doodle mode is now available. You can now speak to Ashley to access doodle mode. I can doodle. Good for her. Okay, but hold on. I'm gonna make a quick bookmark just in case. Bloop. How do I make a... I guess I can't. Never mind then. Alright. As I said, I'm going to take a very short break. So, please excuse me. I'll open the wrong thing to do what I need. That's what I wanted. Alright. I'll be right back. Hello. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay. Alright, hello. Thank you for waiting. Bloop. 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 Alright, return to game. We are at a point now where we can wander around again. We are on the second floor now. Cool. Ah, the game locked up for half a sec. Is there something down here I can look at? Excuse me. Pool table? Billiards! I'm being yelled at by Fiona. Hold on, Fiona. Brad took a sip from his beer. There. It was non-alcoholic, but there was something about the dry aftertaste that kept him frosty. He leaned over the table and lined up his next shot. He eyed the problematic 9-ball in the upper right corner. He had a low percentage shot on it if he elected to bank it in, but he had 2 other stripes in the lower left to set it up. If he had an audience, he'd go for the bank shot for sure. He liked the chance to shine. But today there was no one to impress. No audience for a flashy low percentage shots. Low percentage shots. He took the shots on the 11 and 12, and 3 shots later sunk the 9. An easy shot on the 8 sealed the deal. Brad scanned to the table. 4 solid balls remained, a dismal performance on his part. Or a stellar performance on the part of the Stripes player. That was the problem with playing against yourself. You always won, but you always lost, too. Brad chugged the remainder of his beer and added it to his collection of empties, which now stood 5 bottles strong. He took a moment to survey the room. His table was the only one of the 4 that was in use. It didn't come as any surprise to him. It was early in the evening, and he had grown accustomed to spending time alone in his room. He knew when he could come here to be alone, and when the other sharks showed up. Brad grabbed the triangle. It was looped around his collection of beer bottles to set the balls in order for another round. Someone came up the stairs. Brad looked up briefly, long enough to see a woman who he recognized as the dour-faced barkeep, who had served him the beers that had kept him company for the past hour or two. Several steps behind the woman, he saw an older-looking man. The man stopped in front of the table opposite Brad's and began chalking up his cue. Brad directed his attention to the man. Come on. Would you get up here? What? What? Hey, little kitty. What's up? Okay. Or you can yell at me. Just lay down. Brad directed his attention to the man. He usually offered people a game when they came up, but the man seemed prepared to keep it to himself, so Brad said nothing and tried to focus on his own table. He set to the break, and the older man coughed as he took a shot. He hit the cue ball just a fraction of a degree off. Bye, Fiona. It bounced off the rack into one of the side pockets as the rest of the balls jostled around the table. Stink. Brad didn't swear when playing pool. His earliest experience with competitive billiards had been in an environment that forbade obscenities and issued foul penalties every time he let out an involuntary curse. He had to find cleaner substitutes. Break, came the sound from the old man's table. 2, 3, 4. Brad put down his break cue and picked up the leather-tipped cue that was leaning against the table. 5, 6. Brad chalked his cue, trying to avoid the tilt from his bad break. 7, 8. He lined up to shoot and realized that the old man was already fishing his balls out of the pocket and collecting them in the triangle. Brad did a double take. Had the man sunk the 8-ball after 8 strokes, including break? Brad continued playing his own table, but he kept an eye on the older man this time. And it happened again. Break. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A perfect clean sweep. No, I need that, Fiona. Stop. As the old man began clearing the table, Brad walked over. "Excuse me," he said, "but I couldn't help but notice you just hit 2 perfect games."
What's that?
The man turned to Brad, squinting at him. Brad repeated himself, a bit louder this time. I was just I was just complimenting you on 2 perfect games. Impressive stuff." The man heaved his shoulders.
Sometimes you get a bit of luck on your side.
"Still," said Brad, "you don't see novices hitting 2 consecutive perfect games." The man offered another ineffectual shrug.
Do you, want to play a game?
Brad gestured. "Oh, do you want to play a game?" Brad gestured to his own table, which was already set up. "Most of the people who come around here tend to be novices. I've been itching for a bit of competition." Brad paused, but the man said nothing. "Of course, if you'd prefer to play your own table, I don't mean to intrude."
We can play, said the man. Though if I can shoot perfect a 3rd time, you won't get to.
"I'd be impressed if you could pull that off," said Brad. The older man racked the balls and stepped away from the table to let Brad break. Brad leaned over the table and took several practice strokes before he finally connected with the cue ball. The break was weaker than he had expected, but he managed to sink 1 ball. He looked at the table, annoyed, and realized that he hadn't bothered to check if the rack was frozen before he broke. His next shot was a straight in to the middle pocket. He briefly visualized the trajectory of the cue ball in his mind. It would easily knock the 6 ball in, then bounce toward the front of the table. Brad wasn't confident of where exactly the ball would stop, but he was confident he'd be able to do something with it. He took the shot, and the 6 ball went in. Solids. After the cue ball settled, he found himself with no good options. Oh. Yeah, Brad smiled. Making something out of nothing was his specialty, and after a few moments of eyeing different angles, he settled on a shot toward one of the bottom pockets. A striped ball was in the way, so Brad hit the cue ball several degrees to the side, curving its trajectory around the enemy ball. It hit a solid 3 ball, and the shot was made. Brad looked at the man, hoping for some kind of reaction. The man's mouth remained a flat line, but his eyebrows arched. If anything, the man's lack of obvious expression struck him as a deliberate attempt to not show a response. That he had managed to get a slight rise out of the man felt like a sweet victory. Come on! Come on! Come on! Hi! Brad made his next shot quickly, an easy straight-in shot on the 2 ball, made without thinking about where the cue ball would land. That was a problem for future Brad. But several seconds later, present Brad found himself scolding past Brad for putting him in such a foul position. He was corner-hooked. The cue ball trapped next to the corner pocket. The only angle available to Brad existed in a 60-degree arc. He surveyed his limited options and breathed a sigh of relief as a relatively straightforward bank shot presented itself. It was an awkward angle, but he knew he could coax the 3 ball into the opposite corner pocket. He took the shot, watching as the 3 ball rolled compliantly into its designated pocket. Unfortunately, the cue ball went with it, ending Brad's turn and placing the ball in the man's possession.
Stink.
Fiona, what are you doing? Brad could have sworn the man winked at him as he fished the cue ball out and lined up a simple shot in the side pocket. The 9 went in, then the 11 and 12. Brad found himself taking it for granted that each striped ball would enter its designated pocket and instead focused on the cue ball, Somehow, the cue ball always wound up in a position that presented the oldster with the ideal chip shot. Ball after ball fell off the bed, until finally only the black 8-ball and Brad's solids remained. Fortunately for Brad, the 8-ball and the cue ball were at opposite sides of the table, with several of Brad's in between. The man eventually gave up and settled for a defensive shot that put the cue ball behind the 8. Now the tables were turned. Brad was the one cut off from his balls. He lived for shots like this. He took the shot. The cue ball hit the 8, and the 8 hit the 1, and the 1 hit the 7, bouncing it against the front of the table and into one of the side pockets. Brad couldn't help his smile. Things couldn't have gone better even if he'd planned them. Instinct and muscle memory did what his calculating mind couldn't. Now that the table was conveniently free of striped balls, Brad had no trouble sinking the remaining consecutive shots he needed to close out the game. As Brad lined up the final shot on the 8-ball, he studied the older guy. If the man was reacting, he couldn't tell. Brad closed his eyes as he completed the final stroke, as he always did. He wasn't really religious. He'd stopped going to church with his mum when he was 12, but it always felt right to leave the result of the game to God. "Damn," said the old man as the 8-ball fell into its pocket. Brad flinched. He'd been hoping for some praise from the man for winning the game. Perhaps a damn was all that the man was prepared to offer. "Excuse me," said Brad. "I don't think we bothered to exchange names. I'm Brad."
Thomas.
The old man extended a hand. "I've got to say," said Brad, "you're quite a player. I take it you're not from around here."
No,
said the man.
I grew up in Brisbane, retired in Sydney. I'm just passing through.
Brad nodded. "I figured. I actually grew up in this neighborhood. Played on the tables just like these when I was a kid, so I know most of the folks on the local competitive circuit. I guess someone like you would have to play competitively, huh? You don't pick up skills like that in a tiny pond."
You'd be surprised,
said Thomas.
A man can accomplish quite a bit when given enough idle time.
"But you have played competitively," said Brad.
I used to, yes,
said Thomas.
I actually formally retired many years ago. I kept a table at home for practice to keep my mind sharp.
"Where did you compete?"
Oh, I toured in England.
"Wait," said Brad. "You were a pro?"
Pro makes a salary,
said Thomas.
I won enough to cover my travel expenses, and to make up for the time I spent not working a real job.
Brad couldn't hide his excitement. "Wait, you said England. Did you ever play in the World Billiards Championship?"
Yep,
said the old man.
I played the WBC for a few years, and eventually I decided the title was a summit I'd never reach. So I quit.
"Wait," said Brad again. "You said your name was Thomas. Are you Thomas Walsh?"
Indeed I am,
said Thomas. "You're a legend."
I think you might be overstating it,
said Thomas.
Even when I was at my prime, I wasn't the best. Results speak for themselves.
"Nah, F that," said Brad. "You were a finalist for 6 years running. Nobody's ever been that consistent. Even the best pros who managed to run hot burn out after more than 2 or 3 years. Thomas sipped his beer. "I've spent hundreds of hours watching your videos," said Brad.
I didn't realize there were videos of me,
said Thomas. "I have tapes of the finals from 1967 and 1968, said Brad. "They didn't record them before that, but your last 2 years got recorded for posterity. They're kind of rarities at this point. But I had a coach who had a vault of old footage."
Coach?
Thomas arched an eyebrow. "Yeah," said Brad. "You didn't have a coach?" Thomas shook his head.
We mostly just taught ourselves and each other. Sometimes you got to practice with people better than you, but that was it.
"Well, I mostly taught myself," said Brad. "But after I started winning some regionals, I joined a team so that I could get sponsored and have a group to train with."
Interesting.
Brad waited for Thomas to question further, but no question came, so he decided to continue without an invitation. "I won the WBC in 2012.
No luck since then, I take it,
said Thomas. Brad stammered out, "Well, yeah." He laughed awkwardly. "I've never been a consistent player. Not like you, anyway." He offered a sheepish grin. My mom had an album full of article clippings talking about me like I was some kind of prodigy. The next big thing. Now it feels like I'll forever be a footnote in history. Brad waited for the words of affirmation to come from his hero. Thomas just took another drink from his glass, finishing it off before settling it down next to Brad's empty bottles. Ugh, said Brad, feeling foolish. Can I get you a drink in exchange for another game? It would be a real pleasure. Sure, said Thomas. Give me a Guinness. Actually, make it 2. Brad sprinted down the stairs and returned several minutes later with a tray bearing 2 pints of Guinness. Thomas began setting up the table for the next game, Brad hovering over him. You know, said Brad. Oh, sorry. You know, said Brad, this place is pretty magical. Getting to play a game of pool like this. He wasn't quite sure how to say it, but figured Thomas knew what he was getting at. I mean, this is the sort of place where anything can happen, you know what I'm saying? Not anything, said Thomas. There are limits. Brad's dead, although I kind of assumed that already, but I think Brad's dead. There are limits. Well, yeah, said Brad, but still, 2 former champs, one coming back from beyond the grave, so to speak. That's not oh, wait, I misunderstood. That's not the kind of encounter you'd expect to have anywhere else. Thomas looked at him. Magical indeed. When I walked up here, I didn't realize that you were, well... He rubbed his chin. Let's just say that I don't meet a lot of pool pros at bars. He took a sip of his beer. You want a break? Sure. Brad broke, and with his hands guided by instinct, managed to sink 5 balls consecutively. Like magic, his shots always connected. Some people might buckle under pressure, but Brad's performance always seemed to rise to the occasion. Fiona, what are you doing? With just 2 striped balls left. Bye. With just 2 striped balls left, Brad knew he was on a streak, but as he lined up his next shot, he took a moment to consider the position of the 8-ball. It was nestled in an awkward position behind Thomas's balls, but if he could clear a path to it while sinking the last stripe... Brad looked at the sea of balls and knew there was no way for him to mentally calculate every vector, but instinct had gotten him this far, and he wasn't about to stop listening to it now. Brad took the shot, and the cue ball knocked the last striped ball into the corner pocket. Then the cue ball bounced off the table, back toward Thomas's cluster of balls. Brad grinned in elation as the cue ball hit a solid, which hit another, and another in a chain reaction that sent the 8-ball headed right toward the corner, just like he'd wanted. It was headed right toward the corner, where there were no balls to intercept it. It was headed right toward the corner, into the pocket. He stopped grinning. Brad knew with a growing dread that the friction of the cloth would be enough to stop the ball in time. He watched the impending disaster happen in slow motion, powerless to stop it. The game had been going so well. He'd been about to hit a perfect game in front of his childhood hero, and now he was going to lose it in the most inglorious way imaginable, an accidental, illegal combination shot. Brad closed his eyes, but not even God could help him now. He didn't need to see it. The sound of the ball plunking into the pocket was enough. He'd lost the game. And that's it. Poor Brad. Dead and he lost. Maybe. I don't know if Brad's dead. I kind of think he might be, though. Advisory roll. More text to read. Maddie was watching her hands when Ashley poked her head around the corner. Here to confess something or here to ask for something? Thought Maddie to herself as she dried her hands and turned to face the girl. The grin on Ashley's face confirmed that it was the latter. Maddie arched an eyebrow and turned to the coffee grinder. Ashley stopped around the corner and stood close enough to Maddie to occupy her field of view. Every time Maddie turned, Ashley again repositioned herself. She was waiting for Maddie to notice her. After a minute, Betty decided that having Ashley hovering around her was more distracting than indulging whatever it was she wanted to talk about. What do you need, Ashley? I don't need anything, said Ashley. Though now that you mention needing things, I think you might need something. Such as? An advisor! Ashley smiled triumphantly as she delivered the word. Uh-huh. What would I need an advisor for? To advise you, of course, said Ashley. Thank you for the 1-bit, Fearlex. Here is your sip and thanks. And and I suppose you have a suggestion for who I should take on as advisor? Well, said Ashley, now that you mention it, I'm not too busy. I could be your advisor. Because you're an expert on advising. That's what an advisor needs to know about. And what makes you an expert on advising? I've been learning a lot about advisors, said Ashley. They get to help make important decisions, and then the person they're advising has to take responsibility for them. That's why I'd make a good advisor. Because you don't want to take responsibility for your actions? I take responsibility for my advice. But if someone follows my advice, then that's their decision and their responsibility. Duh. I don't think I need an advisor, said Maddie. Oh, but you do. Aren't you always complaining about how busy you are? Yes, said Maddie. So busy that I don't have time to have extra counseling sessions with you. I'm not going to be your counselor, Maddie. I'm going to be your advisor. The difference being? A counselor counsels and an advisor advises. Of course, said Maddie. Busy people always seem to have advisors, said Ashley. The Prime Minister has advisors, presidents too. All the important people have advisors. Their advisors tend to be more experienced than they are, said Maddie. Advice travels from those who have it to those who need it. Well, I'm doing fine, so I don't need advising, said Ashley. But you could do with some advising, and I'd be happy to give you all the advice I've got. Plus, you're more important than I am. You're kind of like the Prime Minister of the Terminal or whatever, or the President of the Terminal or whatever. The kind of person who needs advisors. I see, said Maddie. So am I hired? You already have a lot on your plate, I'm sure, said Maddie. Nope, said Ashley. I've got lots of time free. Ah, in that case, you have time to wash these dishes for me, said Maddie, tossing a drying rag to Ashley. Let me know when you're done. Wait, said Ashley. I'm only free to advise. I'm physically fatigued from a long day of work. Only my mind has extra processing power. I can only help you if it's by advising. Well, advising has physical responsibilities associated with it, right? Said Maddie. Like, sometimes an advisor will go to places to get important information. I guess so, said Ashley. I can do anything that relates to giving you information. In that case, Advisor Ashley, I need you to give me a report on which of these plates looks best when it's sparkling clean. But they're all dirty right now. Exactly. Time for you to do some investigative research. See ya. Children! Fiona! Come on. Why are you being so antsy? Oof. Oof. Hi. 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 What? Ah! Hello. Hello, cat in my face. Hello. Why are you in my face? Now I can't play the game. Okay, thank you. Alright, what else do we have here? Oh, Maddie's inbox. From Jeanette Annette. GeneB19@yahoo.com. Subject, Spirit Beacon leaking. Date, January 25th, 2014. 7:30:58 a.m. To admin@terminalvelocity.org. Hi, Madeline. This is Jeanette from the location down by the docks. I believe we met in person for the first time last month. Yeah, Natty is the barista. And the necromancer. I was opening up this morning and I noticed that most of our spirit juice was gone. I checked the map and saw that you're the nearest location with the spirit beacon. I think you may have drained some of our supply. Honest mistake, I'm sure. But if you could stop running your spirit beacon during peak hours, that would be much appreciated. Thanks! And looking forward to working with you in the future, Jeanette. To admin. Hi, Madeline! Hope you got my previous message. Just wanted to give an update on the spirit juice situation over here. I had several bottles that I marked last night just to confirm the issue, and when I got up this morning, the levels were below where I marked them. We're definitely losing spirit juice, and you're the only spirit beacon close enough to be affecting us. Please modulate your use to reasonable levels. I don't think this should be a problem as long as you're not running your beacon overnight. Again, not trying to assign blame here, but please be considerate to folks at other locations. Thanks, Jeanette. Oh no. Madeline, we are draining spirit juice over here so fast if I sit and watch, I can see disappearing. Wait. If I sit and watch, I can see disappearing from the bottle. Oh no. You're the only spirit beacon that is even remotely close to where we are, so we really need you to stop. If it's affecting us, then it's probably affecting other locations. This is completely unacceptable. Fix this now. Jeanette. Hey, Madeline. Care to explain why you weren't at the terminal today when I showed up? I spoke with a girl named Ashley who said you decided to take the day off. What a coincidence. I was not impressed by the crying routine you had her do. Honestly, you should be ashamed of using a child's fake tears to try and hide from a situation that you caused. Turn off your beacon. I don't want to be the bad guy here, but if you don't do something, I'm going to have to get the council involved. From Clarence from Misplaced Cutlery. Hi, Maddie. This is Clance from the docks location. Just wanted to give you a heads up. This morning we found out that the site manager we recently hired, I believe you met Jeanette last month, was leaving spirit juice in untempered glass bottles, and we had a bit of a leak. We ended up having a bit of a problem with some animated cutlery. We have the situation under control over here, and we're mostly sure everything is accounted for on our end. Unfortunately, this started happening about a week ago, which might be enough for something to wander off far enough that we wouldn't be able to detect it. Very unlikely that this happened, but just wanted to give you a heads up in case a possessed steak knife wandered far enough to find your beacon and decides to pay you a visit. Sorry about the situation. Rest assured that the person responsible for this won't have any opportunities to mess up anything of this magnitude again. By the way, are you planning on going to M's birthday next month? Regards, Clance. From Maddie Zhao. Hi, Clance. Sorry I missed your message earlier. I no longer use this address. Please use contact@terminalvelocity.org for anything related to terminal business. Hope you enjoyed M's birthday party. I don't remember why I couldn't attend, but I'm sure it was a good reason. Maddie. Oops. Oops! Okay. Do I have to go back downstairs now? Can I go back downstairs? Oh, there's the stairs. Oh, hello. Keep the balance.
You're overdue this week,
said Ned. He tapped the list of rules that Maddie kept posted by the door.
This 24-hour rule. You sure you've been enforcing it?
I think we run things around here I think how we run things around here is none of your business, said Maddie.
Actually, it absolutely is my business,
said Ned.
In fact, keeping the rules is basically my only business. That's kind of what the word enforcer means. I'm supposed to scold you for breaking the rules.
So audit me.
Fine,
said Ned.
Let me check your ledger.
We don't keep a ledger, said Maddie.
Maybe you should, said Ned. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone stand at the door and have them mark down whenever someone comes in or leaves. Then you forcibly evict people who are overstaying their welcome. I'm amazed that you don't have a system like that in place.
Some people overstay their welcome. Other people understay it, said Shay.
There's no need to strictly keep track of how long people stay, right? Just maintain the balance. You're right, said Ned. All that matters is maintaining the balance. So maintain the balance, because when you don't, then we have a problem.
We're a bit short-staffed to have someone acting as a full-time doorman, said Maddie.
Figure it out,
said Ned.
He tapped the boards listing the rules. Change 24 hours to 23 hours. When you say 24 hours, people think you just colloquially mean 1 day. Don't pay attention to the specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is.
That would be fine, said Shay, except for the part where you're cutting time of people's stay.
Trust me,
said Ned.
Anyone who would go right up to the limit is probably going to go over it. 23 hours is going to mean 23 hours plus an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half hour plus, however long it takes to finish their drink. And if they leave in less than 24 hours, who cares?
I care, said Shay.
You're right. You should care,
said Ned.
In fact, you should celebrate whenever you manage to scooch someone out of here in under 24 hours. Because the balance is upset, and you've got to correct it. You can either correct the balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come in here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this property responsibly.
He turned to Shay.
Come on, buddy. I won't want to have to take this place away from you.
That would be quite the escalation, said Maddie.
Well, you're already on the first level of escalation, which is a stern talking to,
said Ned.
Let's try not to escalate it any further.
Shay sighed. Well, we'll... Maddie cut him off. We'll change the rule to 23 hours, okay? Buzz off.
Wow, really?
Said Ned.
Well, okay then. And while you're rewriting the signs, you should also take the green tea frappuccino off the menu. Fraps should be for coffee, not tea.
Done, said Maddie.
Wait, really?
Said Ned.
Damn, I didn't realize you were so open to feedback.
Also that caramel. We'll take it under advisement, said Maddie, placing a hand on Ned's chest and physically pushing him toward the door. I'm in trouble. Oh no.
Hold up,
said Ned.
What are you doing?
Removing an unwanted guest, said Maddie. I need the practice if you're going to start enforcing those rules you care so much about.
Now
said Ned as he continued backpedaling to stay upright.
Look, you could just...
Bye, said Maddie as Ned crossed the threshold out of the cafe and Maddie shut the door in his face. She turned around, leaning her back against the door, and sighed. Shay raised an eyebrow.
You're serious about the rule change?
Yeah, said Maddie. I'll change the sign in the menu after we close tonight.
Wait, really?
The rule change is just to keep him off our backs, said Maddie.
And the menu thing?
I've been meaning to take that off the menu anyway, said Maddie. It's the kind of menu item that attracts the worst sort of people.
Well, okay,
said Shay.
Though I do think we should change the rule back to 24 hours after things have had enough time to balance out.
Of course, said Maddie. Wouldn't want to upset the balance too far in the opposite direction. What would we do with that extra time anyway?
Okay.
Well then. Fiona, why are you leaving again? What's up? Oh, you're just stretching. Okay. What are you doing? Ah! Hi! Or are you just rotating? Hi. Hi, little kitty. Okay. Where else do we have something to look at? Anything somewhere? Oh, can I go up the ladder? No. I cannot go up the ladder. Darn it. Dartboard. They do need more plants. There aren't enough plants. Quick, somebody give them a whole pile of pothos. Can I talk to the tree from up here? I don't think so. Oh, there's a door. Can I open this? I recently trimmed back my own pothos, and it's, there's a lot of pothos. Oh! Delicate operation. Another thing that I missed. Ashley stepped behind the counter and winced as the floor creaked under her feet. Maddie was nowhere to be seen, but Maddie did possess a remarkably sharp sense of hearing. Yes, they just go everywhere. Fiona! She, like, puffed up. It was funny. Luckily, the cafe was empty as Ashley tiptoed to the case where Maddie kept the baked goods. Ashley lifted the glass off the case and closed her eyes as the scent of yesterday's lamingtons wafted up and overwhelmed her. Here's what you do. Start like a lemonade stand outside, but it's pothos. Or alternatively, just walk out and give people pothos. Hey, I grew these. Now you can grow them too. And just give them away. Ashley had spent most of her life convinced that she didn't like coconuts, but that had changed the day that Shay introduced her to lamingtons. To be fair, Ashley still wasn't sure that she actually liked coconut. Chocolate frosting could make anything taste good, but she couldn't decide the cake's irresistible allure. Ashley lifted a lamington from the case and gently set the lid back down. She raised the lamington to her lips and opened her mouth to take a bite. Ashley? In a moment of panic, Ashley shoved the pastry into her mouth and sealed her lips. Her mouth was quickly overwhelmed by the pastry's thick frosting covering, and she did her best to choke it down before turning to face Maddie. Said Ashley, hoping that her cheeks didn't betray what was inside. Ah, good, you're here. It was a bad sign anytime Maddie expressed pleasure at seeing Ashley. Normally, Maddie wavered between being annoyed by Ashley's presence and being indifferently tolerant of her. Anytime Maddie was happy to see Ashley, it meant work. I need you to deliver something to Shay for me, said Maddie, turning to the counter to pick up a small bottle of something. As Maddie turned her attention to the bottle, Ashley took advantage of the momentary distraction to gulp down the remainder of the pastry. No time to chew, but her teeth wouldn't have done much good with the thick frosting. You're not busy, are you? Said Maddie. Ashley shook her head no. The pastry was no longer inside her mouth to create a conspicuous bulge of cheeks. But opening her mouth would reveal the thick frosting that was still probably present on her teeth, so she kept her lips sealed. Good, said Maddie. He's upstairs. Get this to him ASAP. She handed the bottle to Ashley, and Ashley found herself surprised by how light the bottle was. Looking down, she could see the bottle had thin walls. Within those thin walls, it contained some clear liquid, and its seal was held in place with a metal clamp, hermetically sealed. Ashley turned toward the stairs, holding the neck of the bottle in one hand and letting out a sigh. One last thing. Ashley swallowed her sigh with a gulp and closed her mouth before facing Maddie, lips tightly shut. Be careful not to drop it, said Maddie. Thousands could die if you spill any of it. In any other situation, Ashley would have asked Maddie a probing question to figure out what was in the bottle, or get some idea of the significance of the task that had been assigned to her. Significant enough that thousands of lives held in the balance. But apparently not important enough for Maddie to do it herself. But Ashley's lips remained sealed, and she merely nodded and turned around. Lamingtons were not meant to be consumed in a single bite, especially by mouths as small as Ashley's, and the thickness of the frosting that lingered in her mouth and throat made her desperate for some kind of drink, but she dared not ask for one. Ashley looked down at the bottle, unsure of the best way to carry it. The bottle was slightly too large for her to hold in just one hand, and grasping it in front of her with two hands felt awkward. The bottle wasn't heavy, but Ashley's confidence in her ability to carry the bottle without dropping it was less than perfect. Should she cradle it under her arm protectively? No, that seemed like it put her at greater risk of fumbling the bottle. The crook of her elbow wasn't as dexterous as her fingertips. She settled for carrying the bottle with one hand, placed under the bottom to hold the weight, and the other hand wrapped around the neck to steady it. Ashley walked slowly with the bottle as she ascended the stairs. Maddie hadn't told her that the liquid was volatile, and the bottle was hermetically sealed, so there was zero chance of anything spilling out, but that didn't change the sense of trepidation Ashley felt. Armed with the knowledge that there were potentially thousands of lives at stake, she cringed every time she saw the liquid sloshing inside the bottle, leaping up and lapping at the edge of the seal. Ashley realized her arms were shaking and pressed the bottle against her chest, hoping to steady it. As Ashley's hands shook nervously with the bottle held against her chest, she wondered if the large amount of sugar she had just forced down her throat had something to do with the shaking. It was more likely that her shaking was the result of being told that thousands of lives could be lost if she dropped the bottle. Still, the lingering taste of the pastry in her mouth didn't help. Ashley silently lamented the fact that she had been forced to consume the lamingtons so abruptly. Lamingtons were a treat to be savored, not shoved into one's mouth in a moment of panic. She hadn't even had the chance to properly enjoy it. It was hard to simultaneously feel the pleasure of a tasty treat and the panic of being caught. Whatever the outcome of this errand, she had wasted a wonderful pastry. Several agonizing minutes later, Ashley arrived at the top of the stairs and spotted Shay, standing at the handrail. As she walked up, Shay turned to face her, and she presented him with the bottle. Ashley cleared her throat of any lingering stickiness before speaking. "Maddie said you needed this." "Ah, good," said Shay. "I was running low." Ashley gasped with relief as Shay took the bottle from her and started taking deep, labored breaths, suddenly becoming aware of how high her heart rate was. Shay popped open the seal in the bottle and splashed some of it onto a rag. Several drops dripped onto the floor, and Ashley let out a terrified squeak. "Something wrong?" Shay said. Maddie said that thousands of lives could be destroyed by what's in that bottle." "Well, that's the idea," said Shay, as he folded the rag and ran it along the railing that overlooked the cafe's ground level. "This is supposed to kill 99.9% of all bacteria. That leaves hundreds of bacteria alive, but I try not to think too hard about that part." Ashley's jaw dropped. "It's disinfectant?" "Yeah," said Shay. "Why, did Maddie not tell you?" Ashley's shoulders slumped in a mix of relief and exasperation. "She only told me that it could kill thousands." "Then you didn't ask what she meant by that?" "No," said Ashley. "I was preoccupied." "Huh," said Shay. He turned his attention back to the railing, inspecting it for a moment before continuing to wipe it. Ashley turned to head back downstairs. "By the way, Ashley?" Ashley turned to face Shay. He reached out and placed a finger on her shirt, wiping off a bit of frosting. He raised it to his fingers. His nose and smelled it. "Chocolate?" he said. "Yes," said Ashley. "One of Maddie's lamingtons?" "Yes," said Ashley. Shay nodded and licked the frosting off his finger. "Go downstairs and bring up one for me too, will you?" Rude! Okay. Can I go back downstairs now? Now I can. Weird. Hello, it's Maddie. Oh no, there's so much dialogue. Doodle mode. How do I doodle? I want to doodle. Yes. What are we gonna doodle? Doodle, doodle. Don't lick. No. Doodle. I want to doodle. I'm being loud because the music is loud for me. I'm sorry. Oh! I see. In doodle mode, you can draw a face for each ashling. Whenever an ashling appears throughout the game, you'll be able to see your artistic masterpiece. I don't like it. L. Fiona or Edgar being cute. I can't draw that. Gosh. We'll just have like... No, I don't like it. I don't want to do this right now. I feel self-conscious. That's dumb. I know. I'm sorry. Let's go. Alright. More things. Are you gonna meow at me now, Fiona? She's just purring away. This shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us. Oh no! Doodle, did it really set me back to the top? That's not good. Oh wait, no, it's okay. It's open to go downstairs now. Alright, no doodle mode. I think it's okay, at least a little bit, for the first person mode stuff, because it's not... There is no head bob. I think I've already read that. This isn't something new, is it? Let's double check. Nope, that's all of it. That's the same thing as before. But I like that particular beat. It's good. The Lamingtons. I kind of want to make one now, because it sounds good, but I don't have any Lamingtons, so it won't be, like, traditional. Hello, Earth Scum! We're gonna continue now. Yeah. It's so quiet. I don't understand why there isn't, like, some sort of sound in the whole screen. Hey! He's asleep! Oh no! Dude. Day 2, 12 p.m. The terminal. Ugh. Rise and shine. Don't wanna. You shouldn't waste your last hours on Earth sleeping. Man, I was hoping that I was having a really long, weird dream. Sorry, no such luck. I'm still having trouble getting my head around it. I totally understand. Want a coffee? Where's my pumpkin spice caramel latte? I don't have one. Real talk though, there's a brand of coffee that makes a pumpkin chai blend this time of year, and it is delightful, but it is expensive. I would love to make a caramel latte out of that. That would be so good. Anyway. Oh no, stairs. Chai tea is so good. And like this coffee actually has pumpkin oil in it too, so it's, you know, actually pumpkin spice. You know, why do you have a weird... Hold on. There. Okay. Chai tea is one of my favorites. I like making chai tea lattes. Or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, just something simple. Hipster coffee coming right up. Hipster coffee? Is he gonna make it right? What's going on downstairs? I didn't even know you had a downstairs. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Maddie's down there desperately trying to fix our debt situation. Sounds like she's hosting a cage match or something. Well, not exactly, but she's mentioned wanting to do that. There's some wrestler called the Red Comet that she wouldn't stop talking about for a while. Huh. And then, because of that, Ashley got obsessed with wrestling for a bit and kept trying to suplex me. Beautiful! Did she manage to? She's tiny. A couple of times. Ha! It was very humiliating. I can imagine. But to properly answer your question, Maddie's running a gambling ring. Downstairs? All by herself? It's a fairly unconventional one. By unconventional, you mean mortals generally aren't involved. The stakes are higher than usual. Oh. Coffee's ready. Come over and get it. Okay, but this coffee shop is adorable. I want you all to know that. It has books. That's amazing. I'm sorry. Hey, gamble for time, among other things. You don't sound like you're a huge fan of the idea. I'm not. It's undignified.
I mean, as long as Maddie's not in danger, shouldn't it be fine? The council doesn't like it. They turn a blind eye because we don't cause trouble otherwise. But I'd rather not have to worry about bad things coming our way. Because Maddie refuses to approach the problem from a different angle. They had some rooibos chai with like cinnamon in it before at the store. I love that one. But they stopped selling it. No. Okay, so I have one that's a rooibos chai that's from Stash brand tea. I think it just has cinnamon, ginger, and clove in it though. So it's not like a full chai, but it's like spicy dragon or something like that is the variety. It might suffice, maybe? I hope, if you can find it. And by the problem, you mean the debt, yeah? I was pretty drunk, but I think I remembered Maddie storming off after Ned turned up. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about her. Wish I could help. You all seem pretty nice. It's one of those like big brands, so it might be available. I don't know how far that one is. It might just be a big national one and I'm being a goofball. I'm sorry you can't get the tea anymore. That really sucks. Oh, it's appreciated. Maddie'll figure it out eventually though, I'm sure. She just needs time. Hey, thanks for the coffee, by the way. Oh, excuse me. I just realized you haven't actually made me pay for a bunch of them. How'd you expect to pay for them? Sure thing. Have a good coffee time. Oh, right. Yep, no cash. If I were feeling particularly capricious, I'd ask you to pay in time, but you're a nice kid and you need every minute you've got. You want to head downstairs? I can see your eyes darting to the stairs. I'm not going down, but I'm also not going to stop you. Yeah, if that's okay. Go on, then. I'll stick around up here.
Fiona. Hey.
Catch you in a bit.
I want to see what she's doing. How does she do this? Bartering for time by gambling for this little store. Necromancy. And coffee. And Fiona. Fiona. Hey.
Okay.
Are you trying to... What are you doing? No! Stay! It's fine. Okay.
The stairs that led down to the basement were... Wait, the stairs that led down to the basement were solid and well-worn, with some ruts on each step, and a handrail that had been polished to a silky sheen through years of use. Kashan had always liked stairwells. People never lingered in them for long, and he'd found them to be a good place to catch a breather. He wasn't obsessed with them. That'd be weird. But he definitely appreciated a nice set of stairs. On further reflection, it was probably a little weird. Downstairs, Maddie's audience clamored for blood. Or from you to me. With the understanding that your remaining moments on this plane are limited, you surrender this time freely without coercion as agreed. Contract fulfilled. You're free to go. Phew. That's 3 in a row, you bloodthirsty bastards! The crowd cheered. Maddie was clearly an expert at winding them up into a frenzy. Who's next? The room fell silent. Come on, isn't anyone here brave enough to challenge me? I thought you came here to play with knives, you pansies. Seriously? Anyone? Don't hold out on me. Do I need to pick someone out from the crowd then? Is this what we've come to? Maddie's gaze swept the audience. Kashan, good to see you upright. Interested in a game of skill? Me? Yes, you. Oh, sure.
Give me some enthusiasm, my man.
Sure. What's the game?
5-finger fillet. Some of the people in here just call it the knife game. You heard of it?
Oh, finally something I'm good at. Oh no!
Bye, Fiona.
Oh no!
shut. Why are you good at this game? Like, who is actually legitimately good at this? Just, no, that's not healthy. Other than Greg. I bet Greg is good at this.
You've got a lot of knives in this place.
Tell me about it.
Damn, this thing has a good weight to it.
Of course. I wouldn't make you compete with an inferior tool. What?
Sorry, I was waiting for you to segue into calling me an inferior tool.
Shit, that was low-hanging fruit, wasn't it? Next time, mate.
Sure.
Kashawn did another experimental slash, and this time it made an audible whoosh. The spectators oohed and awed. But this wasn't for them. He knew that he only had one shot to get accustomed to the blade. You done showing off?
Nothing wrong with putting on a little show.
Sounds like you're stalling for time. Getting cold feet, perhaps?
Shh, not a chance.
Let's get started then. You know what you're wagering.
Shay mentioned something about you gambling with time.
Ugh, it's not gambling if it's a game of skill. But that's beside the point. We're both wagering 4 hours. If you win, it comes from the cafe's balance. If I win, it comes from yours. You've got around 16 hours left, in case you weren't keeping track.
Shit, only that many?
Want a little extra time to play with, then?
Hell yes. Let's stop wasting it and get this over with.
You sure know what you sure you know what you're getting into? Most people are pretty shy about playing with the time they have left, especially when their tank's running as empty as yours.
Yep, come on. Unless you're getting cold feet.
Hardly. You've got 30 seconds. Smack the timer when you're ready. The crowd cheered and Kassan fed off their enthusiasm. In response, Maddie leaned back and tapped her finger on the table, feigning impatience. He met her eyes, grinned, and continued his performance. His stabbing motion got faster as he went, the point narrowly missing each of his fingers. Stabs, strong enough to drive the knife a good millimeter or two into the table, were good if you wanted to put on a show. And of course, giving the spectators a show was part of the fun. You might be going fast enough to put on a show, but you're not going fast enough to win.
How'd I do?
16 sets if I counted correctly.
Whoa. I couldn't do 16. That's how many Maddie beat me with.
Is she gonna lose?
Nah, she's gonna kick his arse.
Feeling good about that result?
Certainly am.
Alrighty-o then. Watch closely.
Oh, I will.
16.
Told you she's unbeatable.
Is it magic? She could cheat if she wanted to. Definitely not. She's just that good.
Poor guy. He didn't know what he was getting into.
Sorry, mate.
You beat me fair and square. I'm pretty impressed.
I aim to please. I'll be taking those 4 hours now if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. How does this work?
No, I think it just stopped counting because it was like meet or beat. But she's the challenger. She would have needed to do at least 17, I think. I don't know. Like, just like this. You won't feel a thing. Kashawn felt a brief tightness in his chest, and for just a moment the tip of Maddie's finger burned white hot.
Ow! Shit!
Sorry I lied. It's done now, though. Alright. Does anyone else dare to compete with me? Come on, looking for some actual decent opposition here. I'll take any challenge, even if it's chess or something. Any challenge?
I challenge you to get everyone a drink. Rounds on me.
I didn't realize you were watching.
I wasn't anything happening upstairs and I got bored.
Right.
So, took some hours from Kashan, huh?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel good about that?
Shay,
Do you?
I won them fair and square.
He didn't know what he was getting into. There's an obvious power imbalance here that you're exploiting.
He knew the rules.
It doesn't change anything. You led him believe that he'd get some extra time.
And?
Barring a miracle on his part, that absolutely wasn't going to happen.
It doesn't matter. He's just passing through. Aw, come on. A couple hours won't make any difference.
Ooh, that was weird. Maddie, I'm disappointed in you. Our patrons respect us. We need to earn that respect by treating them with respect ourselves. This is not respectful or dignified. Cheating vulnerable passers through out of their time, we're above that. We're better than that. I don't care whether you think it's dishonest or not. I want you to give that poor man his time back. Don't pout, this is serious. I feel like a broken record saying this. But while I understand your intentions are good, you can't keep doing these things.
It's all for you.
If you really want to do this for me, find another way. This isn't worth it, Maddie. It breaks my heart to see you like this, and I know that you're trying your hardest. But this really, truly is not worth sacrificing your own self-respect over. Everyone here respects you, but you gambling with hours just cheapens that.
We'll give the hours back. Shame. It was pretty great with that knife.
Still not as good as me.
Yeah, I was pretty close.
I don't really like that. I feel like something bad's about to happen. Wait. Didn't trust to steal.
I think I might need you to rephrase that. Is he dead? Oh! I think that might be part of what's going on, is he's dead and she's trying to keep him alive. And, like, she's gambling hours to keep him going, which is why he's not in charge of it anymore and also kind of grumpy. Because he's like 170 something. That's, like, ridiculous. Lovelace. Yes.
What form did you have before being reborn?
I think I was a crab.
Come on, I'm being serious. Ashley wouldn't harvest spirit liquid from a crab.
You're assuming an awful lot about how squeamish she is. As far as I can remember, I lived above streets, next to the sky. So, a bird then? Wings and feathers and such. No, not that. I do remember flying, though.
Oh.
Oh, were you a sugar glider? Describe. Did you eat insects and tree sap and flower nectar? That is familiar. Wonder how Ashley found you then.
Could have been anything really. You mentioned bright lights earlier.
Oof. Yeah, I'm thinking you got hit by a car.
Oh.
That seems likely. Is that bad? I mean, you're here now, so... Whether you like it or not.
Shut up.
I am still adjusting.
What is wrong with this game?
Fiona.
Oh no.
So, the robots are made out of animal souls, I guess? Fiona. Alright, we can do that. Ooh. Oh, we missed what that was. Studio mode is now available. You can now speak to Sean to access studio mode. What does that mean? Confirm. Alright. Give me my mouse back. There we go. That one. We have a minute of Fiona pet time. Let me grab my timer. That is not the timer. There it is. 1 minute. Oh no, he mad. Why he mad? Alright, Fiona, are you ready for some pets? Don't jump up, no! Okay. Come here. Hi. Fiona. She is kind of tired. I think. Oh, I haven't done that. No, I don't feel like putting that on. She has a little bit of food on her nose, though, so, like, it's not on her nose, but it's, like, in the back of her, on her fur. Like, yeah, that. Words! Come on, little kitty. Up. Come on. Hi. Hi. Oh, you're a good kitty. Hi. Oh, good. Such a good kitty. Hi. Do you have fur in your eye? You know. There. Is that better? Okay. Continue. Return to game. Alright. Ooh. Beth. Who's Beth? Let's go, little girl. The man standing in front of Beth smirked. The knife he held seemed almost slight compared to his massive hands, but that didn't make it any less intimidating. Finish this one, quick, came a call from behind the knife holder. 3 men stood behind him, wearing expressions which ranged from amused to bored. Beth felt her palm getting sweaty and loosened her grip on the knife in her right hand, sliding her thumb along the guard to reassure herself that its shape hadn't changed since the moment she'd picked it up. Take your friend's advice, Beth said to the man who was menacing her. Finish this quick. After all, I am just a little girl. Well, as little as any 15-year-old could be. Can do, said the man, and he drew his knife up for an overhead swing. The man's movement suggested that he didn't know how to use a knife. Not really. He was swinging the knife like he'd swing a fist. Like he was trying to bludgeon her with it. Like he'd never really used a knife before. He was stupid. Mercifully stupid. She tried to reassure herself of that fact, trying not to lose her resolve. He lunged toward her as she brought the knife down, and Beth raised her left arm. She felt the edge of the knife hit her skin, but the impact of the blow caused the man to lose his grip on the knife. An opening. Beth grabbed the attacker's knife arm and pushed him toward her, while thrusting her own knife toward him at chest level. Pulled him toward her, sorry. She drove the knife into the man's chest with the force that she could with all the force she could muster, and he fell to the ground and gasped as Beth released his grip on him. The man lay on the ground and put a hand to his chest, moaning. Son of a bitch. You doing okay down there? Said Beth. The man sat up and patted his chest. I didn't expect to lose to a girl. No, said the man. Well, that too, but I didn't expect it to hurt this much. These rubber practice knives are no joke, said Beth. If I'd stabbed any harder, I might have broken a rib. The man stood up. You got a name, girl? You can call me Beth, she said, extending a hand. He shook it with a look of hesitation. I'm Kyle. Got to say, Beth, that was a kind of cheap trick. How do you mean? Said Beth. I mean, the way you blocked my knife with your arm. It just bounced right off. You couldn't do that if we were using real knives. He's right, said one of the spectators. Not really a fair fight with rubber knives. I'd like a rematch, said Kyle. Yeah, said one of the spectators. Rematch. The others began chanting along with him. Rematch, rematch, rematch. A voice thundered from above. I thought I told you guys to keep it down. Everyone spun around to face the stairs leading up to the ground floor. Maddie was leaning over the railing of the staircase with a stern look on her face. Oh, whoops. Wrong voice. Sorry. She tapped a poster on the wall. Beth took a moment to glance at the sign. Fight Club rules. Don't quote Tyler Durden. 2. Seriously, no Tyler Durden quotes. 3. Always assume your opponent is mortal. Practice weapons only. Be considerate to other guests. Or 4. Be considerate to other guests. Keep noise to a reasonable level. We don't have many rules here, said Maddie. Please don't make me kick you out of the basement. Everyone else in the room cast their gaze downward, looking ashamed with several mumbled apologies. Maddie nodded and climbed back up the stairs, content that she had made her point. Seriously, though, said Kyle, not really a fair fight without real knives. Beth walked over to the edge of the room and lifted a rug, revealing 2 steak knives. Several whispers erupted from the small crowd. Where'd you get these? Asked Kyle. I swiped them from upstairs, said Beth. They're not exactly combat gear, but these blades are fit to cut through flesh, whether it's cooked steak or a human arm. Beth held one of the steak knives by the blade, presenting its handle to Kyle. We've already broken one rule tonight. How about breaking another one? I won't get hurt, said Kyle. I mean, I can still feel pain, but, I'm not afraid of getting stabbed. Neither am I, said Beth. But don't say you're ready for this if you're not ready to bleed. She turned the knife over in her hands, pressing her thumb against the tip, just enough to draw a single drop of blood. Kyle grinned. Do I look like I would be here if I was afraid to die? Oh, this is a weird game. Fight Club, Wandering Spirits. Kashan's footsteps echoed in a way that startled him. Were his footsteps always so loud? Perhaps it was just the contrast with the surrounding environment, which seemed completely silent. Oh my gosh, there keep being weird typos. That made his footfalls seem so jarringly loud as he walked along the catwalk. He was on a catwalk. Why was he on a catwalk? There seemed to be a gaping space below him, filled with some sort of a mist that he couldn't see through. It was fog-like, and yet, despite the fog that was lapping at his feet, the air felt so dry. The air was thick here. As he breathed heavily, Kashan felt an overwhelming sickly, or sweet, sicky, oh, gosh, sorry. Kashan felt an overwhelmingly sweet, sickly odor, like the smell of wet or rotting wood, but all he could see around him were steel beams and a concrete path in front of him. Was it rust he was smelling? No, he knew the smell of rust. This was different. This smell was somehow organic, like the smell of a forest after a fresh rainfall. Kashan shivered. Far in the distance, he could see what looked like a building of some sort, so far away that it made the structure he was inside feel almost tunnel-like. As if its only purpose was to convey to him distant building. He continued walking forward, but as he walked, the building seemed to be growing more and more distant. He quickened his pace, and as he walked faster, he could feel himself moving through the thick, stifling air. Yet as he looked down, he could see the texture of the catwalk in front of him, unchanged, as though he were walking in place. Kashan started to turn backward, but saw only a blinding light. His eyes immediately shut, and when he opened them, he was again facing into the tunnel, with the distant building at the center of his field of view. He tried turning around, but every time he tried to turn his head, his eyes involuntarily shut at the sight of the light. He was forced to close his eyes or look away, always confronted again with the sight of the small hut when he opened his eyes. His heart pounded violently inside of his chest. The tunnel was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, feel his own pulse inside of his head. Something about this place felt deeply, incredibly wrong. Get back. I have to get back. He tried turning again, and this time found himself unable to even begin rotating his body before his eyes snapped shut, placing him again in a world of darkness, until he opened them again and was confronted with the sight of the small hut in the distance, now looking more far away than ever. I have to get back. Kashan kept facing the building and took a step backwards. As he placed his foot on the ground, he felt a gust of wind knock him forward. He let out a yelp of terror. Instinctively, his hand reached for the opposite edges of the catwalk as he felt, trying to steady himself for fear of falling. The catwalk was wide enough that his body didn't land close enough to the edge for that to have been a risk, and yet as he looked toward the edge, he felt a growing sense of dread that there was something down there that would capture him if he allowed it to catch even the smallest hold of him. Almost as he thought it, he felt the sensation of something pressing against his leg. He stumbled to his feet. He ran forward. The hut ahead of him seemed to grow no closer as he ran, but he ran all the same, running not to reach a destination, but to be away from whatever it was that was behind him. Moments ago, his only thought was an overwhelming desire to turn back, a worry that he was somehow trapped in here. But now, that worry was replaced with an overwhelming sense of dread that propelled him forward. He had been pushed forward by something. Something was behind him. Kashan leaned forward and ran. He was no runner. He often found himself winded when forced to climb more than one flight of stairs. And yet he ran, and felt no sense of tiredness holding him back, no need to catch his breath. Maybe it was the thick air here that somehow never allowed him to run out of breath. Maybe it was that fear of whatever it was behind him was that strong. Kashan felt the air stinging at his eyes as he ran. By now he was running so fast that the thick air felt like a hot wind on his face. Tears began running down his face, but he couldn't find it in him to raise a hand to wipe his eyes. That would mean slowing his sprint. So he closed his eyes, fully aware that he was running down a catwalk that had no handrail on either side. At this point, he didn't care. He ran and ran. Long after the tears on his face had dried, Kashan realized that he could only hear the sound of his own feet as they struck the catwalk. He couldn't even hear the rush of wind, even as it seemed to buffet his face. There was no sound of anyone or anything pursuing him. Perhaps there was no pursuer at all. He allowed himself to open his eyes and look down. He looked over his shoulder.
This time, there was no blinding light. Only a distant glow, like the light at the end of a long tunnel. In a way, it was the light at the end of a long tunnel, and in observing the dim glow of the distant light, Kashan suddenly realized just how far he had run. He turned around and saw the building right in front of him. It had windows that were covered with the same fog that covered the ground around him. Kashan reached for the door handle. He half expected it to be locked, and felt a moment of panic as the handle bowed under the pressure of his hand. Was he ready to face whatever was on the other side of that door? Did he even want to enter? Did he have a choice? What was it that awaited him inside of this building? Answers, or more baffling questions? Kashan looked down the tunnel and suddenly felt cold. Whatever this place was, he needed to escape it. And the only form of egress that seemed available to him was the door of this building. He leaned on the handle and felt the door swing open.
And now we're in the coffee shop. Alright. Fiona, come on. Stop. What are you doing? It's really hard to read like that when Fiona's dancing on my lap. Alright. Where are we going? What else is there? Anything? Oh. Oh, hello. Ashley's journal, too. Battle Royale Robots Power Rankings. Alpha Charlie Echo. All of the commentators call this robot Ace, probably because it's so good. It seems biased for them to call one particular robot Ace, but it's obvious how it got its name and when it wins all of the time. At first, it looks like this bot doesn't have a weapon. It's designed to be really fast and agile. Then you realize that its entire body is a weapon for ramming into unsuspecting people. This would be a great tactic if you got into a fight when you didn't have a weapon. You don't need a flamethrower or a buzzsaw if you have a 150 kilogram body and can ram into people really fast. This probably wouldn't work very well for me because I don't weigh 150 kilograms and am pretty small. But that isn't a problem since I usually carry things that can be used as weapons. Like I could carry a crowbar, and then if somebody tried to attack me, I could take out the L end and jam the crowbar under their feet, and then pull it up and use it to knock them off balance, even though I am probably smaller than most people. I'm not sure why it's named Alpha Charlie Echo. I assumed it was a remake or made in the style of a bot called Alpha Charlie, but there aren't any other bots by that name, and the team that made it are all rookies. Also, none of them are named Charlie. Maybe it's named after someone's dad or brother. Their next robot will probably be Beta Charlie Echo, or maybe Alpha V2 Charlie Echo, or Final 2 Charlie Echo. So good. Oh gosh. Is there anything here? There's that sign we already read. There's the table we already dealt with. There's a light over there. Nothing there. What's this? Ooh. Let's examine the contents of the rotten poppy. Maddie opened an herb jar, and sighed as she examined the contents. Rotten. She began pouring them down the sink. I hate poppy seeds, she muttered to herself. Fearlex, you're being requested. I hate poppy seeds, she muttered to herself. I won't tolerate that kind of hate speech here, said Shay. Too bad the rules aren't yours to make, old man, said Maddie. You should have thought of that before you handed me the keys. I could help you get the keys back. I could help you get the keys back, said Ashley. I've got a magnetic grabber that... The keys are a metaphor, said Maddie. They're not some kind of magical talisman that grants ownership over an establishment. But there is a magical talisman that grants ownership over the establishment? Asked Ashley. Yeah, said Maddie. It's called a deed. And this deed entitles me to certain privileges, such as expressing my hatred for poppy seeds. Hate is not good for the soul. I like poppy seeds, but now I want to make lemon poppy seed muffins. Nuggets. Frozen pizza. There's nothing wrong with frozen pizza. Hate is not good for the soul, said Shay. Hatred corrupts the soul. Hey, I'm new here, said Kashan.
But, are you talking literally?
No pizza! Ugh. Oh, hash browns are okay too.
But, are you talking literally? Does hatred actually corrupt the soul?
No, hatred does not corrupt the soul, said Maddie. Normal poppy seeds, despite being a distant cousin of the bay leaf. True facts.
It's a good thing, said Shay, because Maddie's soul is full of hate. Trust me, I've seen the ultrasound! Once again, as the new guy, gotta ask, are you talking literally?
No, hatred does not show up on an ultrasound, said Maddie. And I assume the thing about bay leaves corrupting the soul is also a metaphor. Oh, no, said Maddie. That part was entirely literal. Bay leaves absorb bitterness. You always remove the bay leaf from something before eating it, unless you're my family.
Bitterness as in figurative bitterness?
I was talking literally in the sense that bay leaves absorb figurative bitterness. But yes, they also absorb literal bitterness.
I am so confused right now,
said Shay. Just don't absorb a bay leaf into your soul and you'll be fine, said Maddie. It's not the kind of thing that happens accidentally.
Are you sure?
Said Kishan.
Because I think I may have accidentally ingested a bay leaf one time. My friend's grandma made this big pot of chili.
The soul is not connected to your digestive tract. Are you sure? Oh yeah. Fearlex, thank you for redeeming those pet times. Fiona appreciated it, and so did I. Not your gut. It's not your gut. So unless you're inhaling your food, it's not going to be a problem.
Again, said Kishan. New guy here. Soul. Respiratory system? That's a thing?
Oh yeah, said Maddie. Why do you think people are so into burning herbs and inhaling them?
I always assumed that was just how, I don't know exactly how cannabis works, but it's like psychoactive?
What? Said Maddie. No, not that herb. Like people who burn incense.
Huh, said Kishan. That's something new.
That's why you always have to watch out for when herbs go bad, said Maddie. Someone might accidentally inhale some of them. Yet another reason to hate poppy seeds and their short shelf life.
Kishan's eyes narrowed. How long does it take for poppy seeds to go bad?
These things went bad in a matter of months, said Maddie.
A matter of months, said Kishan. How many months are we talking? Here.
Maybe 30, said Maddie.
Kishan did some counting on his fingers. 30 months is 2.5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Shay piped up. You left that jar of poppy seeds for 2.5 years? Maddie nodded.
As I said, a number of months. 30 is a number.
30 is an injustice, said Shay. How have you not touched poppy seeds in all this time?
People don't actually like poppy seeds, said Maddie. People just like the muffins they come in. If you give them the muffin without poppy seeds, they'll like it even more.
I feel called out now.
Just a little bit. Poppy seeds just make everything worse.
People love poppy seeds,
said Shay.
Me, for instance. I have a great love for the humble poppy.
Really? Said Maddie. Then how is it that you've never touched this jar of poppy seeds in the last 30 or so months, so it's been sitting on the spice shelf?
Shay shrugged. I like lots of things. Evidently, during the past 30 months, I've found things I enjoyed more than the poppy seeds.
I wonder if you could replace poppy seeds with chia seeds and have the same textural component.
I'm offended by the idea that you would discriminate against such a lowly and unpretentious food item.
You like the idea of poppy seeds, says Maddie. You like the idea of an herb that comes in discrete units called seeds. So that you don't have to wonder about how much a sprig is. It's something that you can picture, as opposed to cumin, that you wouldn't recognize even if I said it on your tongue, or rosemary, which you probably forgot was a spice, and which you couldn't tell from time. When you see me disposing of poppy seeds, it pains you because it's something you can conceptualize. If I told you that I hate cumin and had to flush a bunch of it down the sink, would you be bothered by that?
Probably not.
I would! Gosh, I love cumin.
Probably not, said Shay.
So really, it is not I who am discriminating against the poppy seed. It is you who is discriminating against non-poppy seed spices. There is no reason for us to have poppy seeds anywhere in this cafe. People claim they want them, but that you can go years without ever serving up a single poppy seed and no one will notice its absence.
A woman wearing a loose green sweater walked up to the counter.
Were you just talking about poppy seeds? Yes, said Maddie. We're all out. Oh, that's too bad, said the woman. I was hoping you might have a... Don't see muffin, thought Maddie to herself. Don't say anything about a poppy seed muffin. A poppy seed muffin, said the woman. My grandmother was really fond of them.
Shay grinned as Maddie tried to avoid cringing.
The woman in the green sweater said, They used to be part of the standard muffin trifecta, chocolate, blueberry, and poppy seed. I always wondered why cafes stopped serving poppy seed muffins. I wonder, said Maddie aloud. It's been so long since I've tasted one, said the woman. Years, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's been years, said the woman.
I like poppy seeds. But truth be told, I haven't had a poppy seed muffin in so long that I don't remember. Ooh, the Fisherman 3! Wait, did we see the Fisherman 2? Probably. Jack waited until Maddie left the counter before motioning to Shay.
Hey, said Shay. Can I get you something?
Jack nodded.
Can you get out that glass bottle and whiskey bottle and pour a glass?
Shay glanced over his shoulder to verify that Maddie wasn't present.
Any reason you couldn't ask her?
Said Shay.
Afraid of what it might do to me, said Jack. I wouldn't want her to worry.
Shay arched an eyebrow. Should I be worried? Jack shook his head.
You don't strike me as a worrier. It's not about... I'm not intending to get drunk. I think if I smell it, that might be enough.
You're going somewhere inside of here, said Shay, tapping the side of his head.
Exactly,
said Jack.
And you... Well, I can tell from looking at you. You know what it's like to see a friend die.
Shay smiled grimly.
Am I that easy to read?
No, but now I know it's true, said Jack.
Don't count her out, said Shay, referring to Maddie. She's seen more than you can read on her face. Yeah, but...
Jack hemmed and hawed over his next words.
Seeing something is not the same thing as having experienced it. You know what it means to be experienced in losing friends.
Shay nodded.
It's a feeling that I've grown well accustomed with over the years. I remember the day I found myself preparing for a funeral and not even thinking too hard about what I was doing. Almost going on autopilot until the moment I realized I've done so many of these, I can mentally check out at doing this. Followed by the feeling of nobody's ever supposed to feel like they're getting good at doing funerals, right?
Followed by a feeling of,
actually, we all leave this mortal coil at some point, and someone has to be the last one in the group of friends to kick the bucket. Maybe doing well at longevity just means outlasting your friends.
Jack's eyes narrow.
How old are you? Older than I look,
said Shay. Jack laughed, but it was a forced laugh.
Damn, I wish I had that problem. I have the same thing, but in reverse.
Shay got the bottle of Jack Daniels out from where Maddie had stowed it and set it in front of Jack before looking for a glass. Jack picked up the bottle and studied the label.
You've worked with your hands before,
said Jack.
Never worked a boat before, said Shay. It's not bad work, said Jack. Never boring. From the first day I spent out on the water, I knew it was my calling. I even had enough to retire after several years. But by that point, I was so wedded to the idea of having my own boat that I kept saving.
Did you ever become Captain Jack?
One day, said Jack. I was Captain Jack for one day.
Shay held the glass in his hand, not setting it down in front of Jack.
It was terrible shit luck, said Jack. The weather was clear. The water wasn't even that choppy. I guess that's why he got careless. I guess that's why he thought he could try and fix the net when it was stuck. At least, I assume that's what he was trying to do when he fell overboard.
Shay silently set the glass down on the counter, bottom side up.
You know what the worst part is? When I realized it had happened, I didn't think. The captain, the one man whose job it is to keep a level head. I didn't think about what I was doing. I just jumped overboard after him. Didn't grab a life ring or anything. Stupid. If you ever find yourself in that position, when you jump overboard, all you're doing is making the problem twice as big. There is nothing I can imagine that compares to the sense of dread and regret that I felt in the moment as I felt myself sinking below the surface. Can you imagine that, having that kind of thought? They say that when you're in intense physical pain, it's supposed to block out anything. You can't feel anger or sadness or regret, or wistfulness when there's 1,000 needles stabbing you all over at once. Which is exactly what it feels like when you jump into freezing Alaskan surf. That's what you don't realize about cold till you're totally immersed in it. You don't feel cold, you feel pain. All over. And somehow, in the middle of all that pain, it's still possible to think, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. Dumbass. When I leapt over, I guess I imagined myself swimming around in the water looking for him. And I actually did try opening my eyes. Big mistake. The Pacific Ocean, I'm not sure if you knew this, but it's salt water, and somehow, that's even more painful than the thousands of pins and needles stinging you all around, reminding you that the water is freezing and you're not supposed to be in it. You know what the crazy thing is? They managed to fish me out. Terrible pun, sorry. They found me. They threw me a line. The irony is I almost died of hypothermia there on the deck, being soaked and effing cold in that cold Arctic wind. You know hypothermia can kill you almost as fast as drowning can. I didn't even make it to Cal's funeral. Couldn't even bear to look his girl in the eye. Nobody blamed me as captain. Cal should have known better than to do what he did. Did know better. But all I could think was, what if I hadn't jumped over? If they hadn't been busy pulling my stupid ass out of the water, would they have found Cal? And I knew that if I was thinking it, then she had to be thinking it too. They all had to be thinking it. I couldn't face that. All I could do was sit at home. And every time I walked to the bathroom, I passed the display full of these bottles.
He tapped the bottle of whiskey on the counter.
Hypothermia can kill you in 5 minutes. Drowning can kill you in 3. Drinking yourself to death takes longer than that, but not much longer.
He looked up at Shay.
I just want to smell it.
Jack glanced at what little remained of the halibut Shay had grilled for him.
Fish didn't do it for you, huh?
Said Shay. Jack shook his head.
Like I said, smelled too good.
Shay dutifully uncorked the whiskey and poured out a finger. Jack held the glass to his nose and inhaled deeply.
Yeah, this is the smell I was looking for. There it is. That's the smell that makes me feel sick to my stomach.
He stood up.
I think I'm ready to go.
I feel like I missed one. Or maybe 2. Jeez. Okay, I wasn't expecting that from this, to be totally honest with you. Chat. Cellar, staff only, that's locked behind a door, so we go up we go. Whee. Cafe, that's probably locked still. It might be somewhere I can go later. Oh, okay. Cafe. Tell Nina, order your own pizza. You're an adult. Fiona, hi. You're pawing at me. Why? I don't know that. I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. For all I know, you could be a disembodied ghost. Or like 10 years old. I'm sorry. Fiona. Are you as old as Fiona? Oh gosh. Okay, that's old in cat years, but not people. Hi, Fiona. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Day 2, 5 p.m. Outside the terminal. This is also true.
You alright? You right?
Yeah, I guess.
Cool. Mind if I join you? Go for it. Durry. You want a durry? I'm sorry, Durry. Coffin nail. Cigarette. Do you want to smoke or not? Oh, right, of course. Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's been a weird day. Thanks. No worries.
Yeah, now there's cat fur in my face. Hold on.
Where are you from, then?
You're the first to ask. I live in Collingwood. Collingwood.
Oh, yeah? Whereabouts?
Smith Street.
Bit pricey up there these days, isn't it? Bet you like your Avo toast.
Ah!
Piss off. I've got housemates. Well, nah, I know what you mean. Bit odd, being dead and all that. Takes some getting used to. People keep saying that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I understand. Do you? I reckon as much as anyone can, yeah. Right. Hey, what's Ava toast actually taste like? Huh? I've never had it. Can't you just go out and eat some? I'm sure Maddie could whip it up if you asked. Avocados are a highly malevolent fruit. Don't trust them one bit. What? Plus, I've got this whole situation.
So that's what the straw was for.
You got it. So what does it taste like?
Dunno. Like avocado and toasted bread.
Avocado is kind of cold and mushy, but it's got a good taste. Like peas? Definitely better than mushy peas.
Mushy.
Love me a bowl of peas, mate.
Toast!
What, 'cause they're the only thing you can eat through a straw? Watch yourself! Gonna zap me with your death council powers? First off, it's a council of death, not a death council. They're totally different things. Secondly, you really think that's what we do? Walk around shooting lightning out of our fingers? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a bit silly, yeah. We don't do anything like that. We just keep things running smoothly is all. Asking cafe owners to settle their time debt isn't something we like to do often. So you just keep the peace? As fluff and ironic as it sounds, yeah, it keeps the peace. Dude, I know. You want another? Sure.
I love the sunrises here.
They're alright.
You watch many sunrises, Ned? What? No, it's okay. No worries.
Not enough, no. Even semi-immortals need their sleep.
I just like to sit here and watch it. Even when it's cloudy or raining, there's just something about watching the sunrise that makes it easier to deal with the coming day.
Feeling optimistic all of a sudden?
No, I still feel like shit.
Huh.
How about you, Kishan? Kishan?
I don't feel great. I'm still having a lot of trouble, You guys, I'm dead, and I've only got a couple hours left before I have to go, and I don't think anyone here really properly understands what it's like to see your last sunrise ever without any idea of what comes next. And it's really, really terrifying. And I'm never gonna see my friends or my boyfriend or my family again. Just gonna pass on, and I'll never know how they'll remember me or mourn me, or if I'm even gonna be remembered as a good dude who tried his best, or if I'll just be forgotten in a year.
He's already dead. He's a ghost.
But that good dude who tried his best couldn't even win a friggin' game of five-finger fillet in the basement of a cafe that basically sits on the banks of the Styx, and as far as I can tell, God, I can't even tell if it matters. Were the stakes low, high? I can't tell. I'm so disoriented, and I'm trying so desperately to feel something, but all I feel is that I'm slipping away with every second. I'm losing myself by degrees, and that's incredibly scary, and I don't know how to deal with it.
He's gonna pass on. We don't know if he's gonna die again, or if it's just gonna be like a smooth transition, but for the most part it seems like he's just gonna take a walk down the street. And that's the end. Yeah, fair cop. I actually came out to apologize for that. The game.
Oh, for God's sake, Maddie, have you been gambling again?
Can it, Ned? Kishan, I shouldn't have taken that time from you.
You took it fair and square.
I don't feel like I did, so I'm giving it back. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. I don't usually do this.
What's different this time?
That's my business.
Can't believe you're still swindling people out of hours to try and fix your debt.
Dude, I know.
It's bloody undignified. And it's a clear violation of the rules.
I will banish you right now, my man. I thought you'd stop pulling that crap once you took ownership.
Wait, I thought you stopped pulling that crap once you took ownership of the cafe from Shay. You really think this is going to help you pay this debt?
Yes, absolutely. And if you've got any bright ideas on how to do it, otherwise, I'm all ears.
I should have never granted you and Shay that license to practice, or those licenses to practice. You've obviously failed to be responsible with them.
You really think we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have the licenses, Bushman? Given your history, the hypocrisy on display here is astounding.
It's all behind me and you know it. Been working on doing some good for the last 100 years.
With the council? Really?
Yes, we maintain the balance. You know why that's important.
Sure do. I don't need you moralizing at me from your ivory tower.
Give it a rest, guys.
But
I'm pulling the last day on Earth card. Quit it.
I'll be inside. Come find me when you want those hours back, Kishan.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry about all of this. Never been to the other side. I was too afraid to leave. Walked the land for decades, evading the council. It's a crime they call revency, staying too long, upsetting the balance. But in lieu of booting me straight to the next place or some sort of eternal punishment, the council offered me a job. Sorry, it's all stuff you don't care about, I suppose. It's interesting enough. Nah, just filling up empty air. You should head back inside and grab those hours back. Truth be told, I'm not feeling especially fond of Maddie right now. She might have been dishonest with you, but even I can tell she's at the end of her rope. And you might not be able to see it yet, but I think the people in here are fond of you.
You think so?
Maddie wouldn't have offered the hours back if there wasn't something different about you. Plus, that kid Ashley seems like you, yeah? I guess. She just dragged me off and got me to hold screwdrivers for her. Trust me, she thinks you're great. Go on inside and say hi. I've got some business to go stick my nose into anyway. Alright. Catch you in a little bit. I've got some questions about the council. Of course, I won't be out for long. Later, mate. Hey. Yo.
Do you want those hours back?
I guess so. It's only 4 hours. I don't think it'll make much difference.
If it's okay, I'd prefer that you have them. Ashley's been enjoying having you around.
Just Ashley?
And me too, I guess.
You seem pretty reluctant to admit that, my dude.
Don't psychoanalyze me! Sit still for a minute. Alright, lay your hand on mine and place your index finger on my wrist.
Is this part of your ritual or just an excuse to hold hands?
Shut up. Thanks. Watch carefully, and no matter what you do, don't move your hand. There's usually a binding spell I use to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've run out of reagents required, and you probably don't care about that.
True.
Alright. Yep. I give this time freely and without coercion. As above, so below, I maintain the balance.
Ow!
I maintain the balance. That's it. How do you feel?
I actually feel better. I feel less itchy.
Yeah, we weren't kidding about that yesterday. As you linger, you begin to upset the balance, and as I understand, it doesn't feel good.
Right, yeah. Why does Ned get to stick around then? Does he just ignore it?
The council are a special case. They're more similar to demigods or demons than they are to us.
That's fascinating.
Tell me about it. I'd have joined ages ago, but they're uptight dicks.
They don't seem so bad to me.
That's because you're not run into any of their ridiculous rules. Bunch of bloody regulations on manipulating life force and certain standards on the treatment of spirits.
Is that why you gave me the hours back? Because Ned realized you broke the rules?
No, that was all within the guidelines, despite his blustering. I gave them back because I felt bad. That's all.
Oh, neat. So you pity me. I love that. I'm actually really into it.
No, dude, it's not like that at all.
Nah, you don't need to clarify. I get it. Seriously. Last day on Earth. Moving on.
Fine. Sure, I'm sorry. Sorry, I've got to serve this customer.
I'll help.
Really? It's not a two-person job.
Yep. Come on.
Maybe not. I think she really likes the Shay fellow. So it's not that Elmina. Or at least that's how I took what you said, which is maybe not right. Day 2, 6 p.m., the terminal.
Whew. Anything else that needs doing?
Nah, I'm gonna take this tray of glasses into the kitchen. You can go chill for a bit.
I'll take them. You need a break.
Sure.
Where's the kitchen?
That way. You'll find it eventually.
Cool. Back in a minute.
Your pawns are nothing compared to the raw power of my castles. Nothing.
Yeah? What's this then?
Ah! My castle! Brought low by my own hubris.
No, that was just a pawn. And maybe a little bit of hubris. Bishop! Knight!
Ah!
Your other castle, and check.
Check, you say?
Oh, I didn't think of that.
You activated my trap card. Oh, hey, Maddie, come check this out. I tricked him into a false sense of security. Oh man, that's embarrassing. You seriously let her outmaneuver you that hard?
Yes. I'm very ashamed. I suppose the real hubris was inside me all along.
The real hubris was the friends we made along the way. I friggin' love winning! I should try doing this more often. A chance. Win at chess. Could grow into a big winning streak, you know? You wanna play something with us? I should really head back down to the bar. There's nobody there.
Come on, take a load off. If anyone really needs you, they'll know where to find you.
How about I grab us a drink and make sure there's nobody waiting down there, then we play something? Won't be 5 minutes. You actually gonna come back this time? You never come back. I'll come back. Promise. Why don't you pick out a game while I'm gone?
Let's find something, Ashley. What do you feel like playing today?
Something. Something with lots of dice.
Dice it is. See you in a minute, Maddie.
6:15, Ashley's workshop. I'm gonna drink some tea. Oh gosh, there's so much dialogue. I didn't realize it was gonna be this dialogue heavy. There's only me to blame for this. Where's Kashan, though? Excuse me. And that's why the 4th season of Battle Royale was an absolute betrayal.
But you still want to be in on it one day?
Well, yeah. Unless an indie circuit opens up. Like in wrestling? Exactly like in wrestling. Bye, Fiona. Exactly like in wrestling. Melbourne's got a local show. I want something like that.
You could probably put your own local league together if you worked really hard.
Perhaps you could build the robots and get people to battle them. Human-controlled robots are boring, though. I want to get more of that spirit juice and put together a bigger Ashling. How big? I think I'll start at car-sized, then move on to more of a bus-adjacent form factor.
I'm not sure we have enough power, or enough to power one of those. You'd have to get Maddie to source you a large amount of it. We'd need liters of it at least.
That'd be super cool. Didn't you say it was illegal, though?
Well, technically, but what Ned doesn't know won't hurt him. He'd lose his head if he knew half the things we were doing around here.
I don't know, he seems fairly lenient with you, right?
I wasn't always like that. Long time before you turned up, I nearly shut down because would you believe it's because I sheltered a criminal?
Ned nearly shut you down because of that? Am I thinking of the same criminal you are?
Trust me, the irony was apparent. I found it very, very funny.
What sort of criminal were they?
Just a minor demon on the run. I don't know what she did to get a price on her head. I just took her in when she stumbled through the door, dripping blood everywhere.
That's metal.
It was extremely metal.
How long did you manage to hide her for?
Oh, not too long. Maybe 6 weeks. Time flew by, if I'm being honest.
Why is that? Was she from the clock realm?
No, nothing like that. We, bonded.
Magically? How do you do that? I thought I heard you telling Maddie that sort of thing was impossible between beings on this plane.
No, not magically. We were... lovers.
Ew! Yuck! Ew!
Happier days.
I love hearing about when you were young and reckless.
Gosh, what do you think I am now, huh? Old and boring?
Definitely old. Ooh. Despite myself, I must say you're definitely not boring.
There's that patented Maddie charm.
Well, you know me, I'm full of them.
Oh yeah. Charms, hexes, curses.
That's all out of your account, old man.
I won't deny it. Hey, Maddie?
Hey, dude, having trouble finding the kitchen?
Yeah, I couldn't. Checked everywhere.
It's just behind the bar, man. You can't miss it.
I told you I checked everywhere.
Nah, you're not catching my drift. It's just behind the bar. You can't miss it. Have another look. It'll be there this time. Sometimes you gotta remind the quantum hallways that they exist.
Fine. How long are we gonna keep him here, Maddie?
Oh, are we keeping him? No, we're not keeping him. I'm going to let him stay as long as he wants. He'll leave on his own accord at some point.
You feel sorry for him?
Weirdly, yes. I don't usually get attached to customers, but he's a good dude. I like him.
Do you like him because he's nice, or because he was good at passing your tools over?
Yes!
Don't get too attached. He's not gonna be here forever.
Well, yeah, duh, I know how it works. I'm gonna enjoy having him around just like you taught me. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Ashley, that's from the motivational calendar I threw out last week. I never said that. Same. I'm used to people moving on, is the point. I can deal with it.
But can she?
This is clearly what's going on.
Good.
The terminal. 6:30 p.m. Just drop the cup on him.
Fudge!
Even better. She didn't just drop it, she just flung it behind her. Awesome.
You gonna keep staring at the coffee stain or nah?
Yes.
Okay, whatever. What do you want from this conversation? I'm an open book as far as matters of life and death are concerned.
Yeah. I don't want to go. I know you've probably heard this from, 1,000 people or whatever. It's not about staying around for people or wanting to go back to my old life, as wonderful and not stressful as that sounds. Like, I'm not afraid of what lies on the other side. I don't think there's any good or any point to worrying about it until I'm there. I just don't think I've spent enough time here.
The cafe?
No. All this, I guess you could call it this plane?
Roughly speaking, I suppose so.
I want to know what you did to be able to stay.
Sure. Did Maddie give you those hours back?
Yeah, why?
Well, that's the way. You can just find enough hours to stay as a spirit, half there, half gone. But it's a wretched existence. I wouldn't want to live like that.
How did you find the hours, though? There's only so many you can get back from consenting beings, right?
Crappy psychology of gambling aside, you're right, yes. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you create life from nothing? The answer is that you can't, Kashan. It's impossible. There's always got to be some sort of balance maintained. Everyone who learns to manipulate the fundamental life forces understands that no matter whether they're doing good or bad things with their skills, here's the thing though. You don't need both parties to agree. It's just a social nicety, something that separates us from, well, people who don't do that. That's where the idea of vampires came from, for example. Those bastards. They're not special or anything, they're just dickheads. Anyway, if you can take life force from people, you can always drain it from animals or plants. But in this business, there's a lot we don't or can't understand. One of those things we can't understand is why life force from animals and plants is tainted. Feels gross. If it didn't, everyone would take it. Consequences be damned. How are you feeling today before Maddie took the hours back?
I felt like I was slipping away. Like my mind was really foggy. It was really hard to think or put sentences together. Nobody really noticed, though.
Typical. Imagine that, but 10 times worse. You're foggy, but there's also something fundamentally wrong. Like you're a collection of puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. Like an engine that's run out of oil.
That sounds horrifying.
Right?
So, should I do it?
Probably not.
How would I stay otherwise?
Well, you could always go on the lam, just run for it.
But you'd catch me.
Not me personally, but yes, the council would eventually.
And that's it? That's my only option?
Perhaps. Depends on how you feel about bonding your soul for eternity to a fundamentally neutral arbiter of justice.
Mia, hello. I have no strong feelings about it one way or another.
Smartass. Would you regret it if you stayed here forever instead of moving on?
I don't know. I guess that'd be... Oh, shoot. I forgot to fix that. I need to relink Twitch and Discord, I think. Because they had that leak, and then they reset everybody's stream keys, like on their own as well. Like something like 20 hours after they announced that there had been the leak. So if you'd already done it, you needed that would do it again. After the leak until yesterday. Oh. Does it still not show me as live? Yeah, it does. Alright, well. I think I'm gonna try relinking my accounts after stream. But other than that, I don't know what else to do.
How do you mean?
In the end, how I feel about taking a big branch of my life is just a matter of how I frame it. I can focus on what I'll regret, sure, but it's not a useful way to spend my time. If I focus on future, on YouTube unlinked for you too. Ugh! Dang it! And is being a butt about connect. Dang it! Oh shoot! I didn't even realize there was trouble with exporting. It's because I'm a little bit behind on exporting to YouTube. Darn it! Well, I guess I am smart for not worrying about it. I don't know. If I focus on the future. BattleNet! Ugh. Everything is borked because of that. Dang it. Alright, thank you guys for letting me know. And reminding me about the thing not being linked anymore on Discord. That's probably better for me, yeah?
Sure.
You don't sound convinced.
I'm just ambivalent on it. Try not to think about anything too hard these days. But if you're willing to accept eternal bondage to the council, I can keep you here. It's not easy work, though. You have to act in the best interest of the system, not its individual parts. Bureaucracy at its finest.
How did you learn to deal with it?
Just took some time. When you're used to it, you learn not to think too hard about what you're doing. As long as you take a holistic view of everything, things generally shake out alright. We tend to only bother the biggest rule breakers anyway.
Maddie being one of them?
Ugh, habitually. She wouldn't be getting so much leeway if it weren't for Shay.
I don't understand that guy. He's nice, we've chatted a bit, but what makes him so special?
He's provided services in the past. I can count on one hand the number of people who know as much about the manipulation of life force as he does. He's been researching it for over 100 years.
No way, he's that old? He looks like 60 max.
Yep, much older than that.
Wild.
We're getting sidetracked, though. How do you feel about joining the council? I don't hand out offers willy-nilly, you know.
I'm interested, but can I have some time to think about it?
How much time do you have? You've been out for nearly 25 hours. You're overdue.
Put it on Maddie's tab.
Okay. I assume you're not gonna stick around forever.
Unlikely if the next few hours are anything like how I felt this morning.
I'll stick around until you have a solid answer then.
Cool. Borkin. Indeed. Borkin. Wanna get drunk?
We're already drinking, mate.
Nah, Shay told me about something pretty special he's got behind the bar.
Unless it's something real special. He's probably offered me some. And even then...
So you've tried the bottled soul?
You pulling my leg? Nope. You've got to be mistaken. You haven't seen it in person, have you?
Yeah. I actually have seen it.
That's quite illegal. I expected better from him. Damn it.
So, we gonna drink it or not?
Council regulations require me to confiscate it or force the owner to dispose of it.
We'd be doing him a favor then.
I suppose.
Come on, dude. Shay said it'd knock you flat.
When you say you, do you mean me? Or you? Or just anyone who drinks it?
Anyone. It's like 200% alcohol or something.
That's not technically possible, but I'll admit my interest is piqued.
Well, let's not waste any time.
He stole it from the kitchen! Rude! Damn it. This was a setup, wasn't it?
Basically. You in?
Fine. This looks deadly.
Good thing dead people can't get alcohol poisoning.
Hey.
Hey! To bureaucracy.
To bureaucracy.
All right. Well, this is going swimmingly, isn't it? Yo. Your order's arrived. 3 days late, mate. Got held up by a mutual acquaintance of ours. Oh, shit. That'd explain why he's in my hair. I'll be there in a half hour. Uh-oh. 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 Kashawn, what you doing? Hello, everyone. Welcome to Too Many Curse Words with Anari. The catabase is considered to be a vital part of the hero's narrative. Every hero goes to hell at some point. And in the stories, they usually come back, which is the bit that seems weird to me. I don't think that's how it works in real life. The cafe has had a bunch of heroes come through, claiming that they were going to conquer hell and come back. They never returned as far as I saw. The idea of catabasis, I'm sorry, I pronounced that wrong earlier. Catabasis is that, in the grand scheme of things, hell or the underworld or Hades or whatever you wanna call it. Anyway, it's on the outside of wherever we are. Like we're trapped inside the sphere and we leave it to go to hell. Did the ancient Greeks ever consider that maybe we've been on the outside the whole time, just waiting to get in? Maybe they did. Matter of perspective. I guess I'll ask someone sometime if I ever meet one. But perhaps we're just waiting our entire lives for this, to pass through the firmament to the next place. To be driftwood that washes up on the shore of whatever that next place actually is. That seems weird, but maybe that's where we're naturally meant to be. I'm thinking it's possible that this world isn't some sort of proving ground or anything. Maybe it's just a waiting room. A beautifully flawed, complex waiting room. Personally, I don't think there's anything like heaven or hell waiting for us. No judgment either. The world doesn't ever operate in binaries or absolutes. That's just flawed human thinking projected onto things that are much, much more complex than they can ever be they can ever perceive. Clip making doesn't work either? Oh gosh, Twitch. Shoot. And I don't think that's what's waiting on the other, and I don't think what's waiting on the other side is even something that can be conceptualized. I bet it's cool. It's a shame that it's a one-way trip though. Rude! It let you make that one. Oh my gosh. I'm offended. I've lost at least one follower because of that clip. No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon I'll be able to stop blaming myself, too. You can now speak to Tuan and Hannah to experience the side story, Walking to the Sky. Okay, I don't really want to do that, but okay. Nothing. It's in clips. I allowed an F-bomb. Because I was actually also frustrated with this situation. Oh gosh. Can I go down? This is just a garbage pile. Why is there just garbage here? What is this? Can I go over there? I want to go over there. There's a stairway. Ah! I can't. It was a very rude coffee order. If you ever order your coffee like that, I'm gonna cry. Okay. Don't mind me.
I've been thinking,
said Kishan. Uh-oh, said Maddie.
What about the people that I've left behind? I'm not gonna get to see any of them again.
One of them could be about to walk through that door, said Maddie.
Don't taunt me with possibilities, said Kishan.
You brought it up.
Yeah, well.
He slumped over in a funk.
Death has a real finality to it, you know?
Yeah, it does, said Maddie. That's death. The travel from life to death is a very one-way street for all but a few individuals, and if you're standing here, then it's a bit late for chest patties.
I guess I'm thinking more about the fact that I'm not going to see any of my old friends again. Not as long as they're alive, anyway.
That does tend to be how death works, said Maddie. I hope you're not surprised.
Not surprised, said Kishan. But also, I wouldn't have been surprised if that wasn't the case, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure on at least one occasion I've threatened people by saying, I will haunt you. And now that's never going to happen.
Pity, said Maddie. You could have been someone's grudge ghost film. Guess that one's confined to the annals of Japanese horror cinema.
Hey, said Kishan. I was wondering, do you think there's any way for me to see what's going on at my funeral?
Don't, said Maddie.
All right, said Kishan. I just thought, you know, it's kind of everyone's fantasy, right? To see what people have to say to them after they've passed. Wouldn't you want to see what was going on at your own funeral?
I think it's none of your business that what goes on at your funeral, said Maddie.
Really? I mean, I think it's pretty common for people to plan their own funerals. At least if they go late enough that they can see it coming. You know, I'd like to have my brother deliver a eulogy. Don't let them play any Barry Manilow songs, that sort of thing.
Maddie blinked. Do you have a problem with Barry Manilow?
No, I have no particular opinion on the man or his music, said Kishan. But a lot of people who are old enough to be planning their own funeral do.
You can make your plans, but whatever unfolds at the funeral is up to those who attend it.
Kishan blinked. What about the wishes of the dead? I thought you'd have a bit more sympathy for their interests, considering how often you interact with them.
I care plenty about the dead. You were asking about funerals. Funerals are for the living, my friend.
Kishan opened his mouth to respond, but cut himself short. Never thought about it that way. I'm not sure what to say.
If you're short on words but high on energy, you can expend some of that energy by carrying this box upstairs, said Maddie, gently kicking a large cardboard box that was resting underneath the counter. There's an alcove next to the bookshelf that would make a good home for this box. Kishan picked up the box, grateful for something to do with his hands. It was heavy enough that he had to make sure to lift with his legs and not with his back, but not so heavy that he felt out of breath by the time he had reached the top of the stairs. His breathing was heavy, but not labored. It was a good feeling. Kishan set the box down at the spot Maddie had designated and sat down for a moment, waiting for his heart rate to return to normal. It felt good to feel his heart beating inside his chest. This is how it feels to be alive, he thought to himself. Damn, I'm gonna miss it. I don't like this. Can I walk this way? How far can I? Nope. Invisible wall. Ooh, Beth too. The stabbing game continues. Beth swung her knife in a horizontal slice, and the crowd let out an ooh. Not too loud, she said. Her eyes were fixed on Kyle, but she was speaking to the crowd. Last thing we want is someone coming down here to investigate a noise complaint. She heard a few grumbles in the crowd, but they quieted themselves. Everyone understood her meaning. Playing with real knives in this manner was the kind of thing that was strictly verboten, and no one wanted to be on the wrong side of Maddie's bad mood. Even those who didn't fear death quaked in their boots, a bit at the prospect of Maddie's wrath. She made a few more horizontal slices with her blade, cutting the air. It was the kind of thing people did to warm up the crowd, but Beth was unconcerned with what people thought about how she fought. Her movements with the blade, or with the knife, were the only practice she was going to get with this knife, and she did her best to memorize the feel of the blade as it cut through air. It was a terrible knife for a fight like this, serrated edge. It was designed for ripping and tearing cooked meat that stood still on a plate, not fresh meat that was attached to a body prepared to evade its cuts. This was an entirely different kind of knife fight than the one before. When playing with practice knives, the goal was to strike the opponent in the torso. When playing with live knives, common etiquette dictated that stabs to the softer parts of the torso, like the chest or stomach, stabs that were most likely to be immediately fatal to a normal person, were strictly against the rules. In this battle, the goal was simply to draw blood. And cut to the arm or leg would do. Kyle was the first to make a move. He tried to feint to the right before hopping back to his left foot and swinging at her, but he made such an obvious show of telegraphing the attack that Beth had stepped out of the way well before his attack came. Kyle grinned. Guess I'm not going to outsmart you. Beth kept her steely gaze trained on Kyle's right hand, the one that held the knife. Well, he said. No, it's not. I don't really know anything about knife fighting. Other than you shouldn't use a serrated knife. I know! You shouldn't use a serrated knife in a knife fight, because that's just going to make the wound really awful. Clean cuts are better. That sounds so dark and grim. Anyway. Well, he said, I guess I'll just have to outspeed you. This time he stabbed straight forward with the thrust of his arm. It was the first time he made an attack without fully committing to it by moving his feet. Beth had been afraid that he might try this. Kyle was nearly half a meter taller than her. He had finally figured out that his longer arms gave him a tremendous advantage against Beth and her shorter reach. Welcome to knife fighting one-on-one with Smaller. I know. No knife fights. The stab was directed at her shoulder, and she managed to duck out of the way fast enough, but there was no time for her to offer a counterswing before Kyle pulled back and stabbed again. This time attempting to strike it where her arm had been, had she not moved just a moment sooner. Beth backed up, giving Kyle space and hoping to bait him into making a bigger attack, but he seemed content to continue attempting the one tactic that had come close to working for him. As she stepped back, he stepped forward, and only after planting both feet did he go for another stab. There was nothing Beth could do but step back, giving him even more space to maneuver, all while becoming increasingly aware of how close her back was coming to the wall behind her. She needed to do something to throw him off balance and find a way to reset. She stepped to the side, forcing Kyle's next attack to take a horizontal arc to reach her, and as soon as she saw that blade coming, she swung her own blade. She heard the ting of metal hitting metal as the two blades made contact, and the serrated edge of Kyle's knife hit the smooth edge of hers. They stayed like that for half a second as Beth kept forcing Kyle's knife to the side. And with their knives still locked, she strafed around him until her back was no longer against the wall, placing the two of them on equal footing. This would never happen in a real knife fight, Beth thought to herself. She had been saved only by the serrated edge of Kyle's knife. He grinned, apparently enjoying the moment. Yes, Kyle, we're doing it just like in the movies. I know that when you think of a knife fight, you think of two swords or two Jedi facing each other with blades locked. But it's not supposed to go like this, and right now, you're about to lose the biggest edge you had. She finally slid her knife out of the lock, releasing Kyle, who seemed completely oblivious to the fact that their footing had changed. He was so bad at this that he didn't even have an awareness for what it meant to have her with her back against the wall. But what Kyle lacked in brains, he made up for in physical size, and Beth was still left with the problem of how to get around his reach. was doing too good a job of controlling the space between them. She couldn't go straight for his chest like she had before. Not that she intended to strike him in the chest. She hadn't forgotten the rules. His reach made it equally difficult to go around him. Going over him was certainly out of the question. Going over him, which meant that her opening had to be from underneath. A stab to the groin would certainly be against the spirit of the rules, but she might be able to get a good shot at his legs if she got close enough to the floor. But there was no way to get under his arms from a standing position. If she was going to attempt a leg strike, she would have to commit to it. She needed to create an opening. She feinted sideways against the wall. Unlike Kyle's attempt at a feint, Beth's move to the left served the dual function of placing her weight in a perfect position to push off her left foot, moving right when Kyle moved left. She made as if to swing at him from the right, which prompted Kyle to stab in that direction. And with his body moving left and his arm moving right, the reach of his arm was effectively reduced. Reduced enough for her to slide under it? There was only one way to find out. She bent her knees, falling forward like a sprinter, leaning forward on the starting blocks. There it was. He was twisting to the right, reflectively trying to kick at her, allowing her to lunge forward and place her knife directly in the path of his swinging leg. He was grunting. Whoa! He let out a panicked yelp. No, he wasn't twisting. He was falling. And with the way her knife was pointed up, it was positioned to anchor itself directly into his belly if it fell on top of her. She reflexively tossed the knife aside, hearing it clatter to the floor as Kyle's weight came down on top of her. His tumbling knee struck her directly below the chest, and she felt herself falling back. Her head falling to the floor, until the moment she felt the impact of the ground on the back of her head, and everything went black. Ooh! Oh no! She tried too hard to stay in the rules. So that's the thing. Ooh! Perfectionist. Axe! Oh no! Yeah. Which yeah would you like, by the way, Synth Pop? Because the Porky Boy is doing his thing. We could go get him. Or Fiona's somewhere. Sorry. Oh gosh. Oof. Maddie studied the gentleman at the counter as he raised his glass appraisingly. Fearlex's choice. Okay, Fearlex, who would you like Synth Pop's time to be used for? Excuse me. Her eyes narrowed on the drink in his hand as he took a step. There was something in the way the man carried himself that irritated Maddie. Porky Boy, okay. She was irritated, not mad. Nothing he had done was rude or otherwise improper. If anything, the thing that bothered her was the fact that he seemed too proper. His time to be used for singing and reading bedtime stories. You would like to set a default answer. That is acceptable. Feel free. If anything, the thing that bothered her was the fact that he seemed too proper. The way his hand rested on the counter felt very deliberate. There was nothing lazy about the way he sat, perfectly upright. Or what he did with his hands, one on the glass, the other resting deliberately on the rim of the top hat he had placed on the counter when he walked in. No, he said. I'm afraid that's not it. He set the glass down. Was that better or worse than the previous one? Said Maddie. Closer, I think, said the man. But it's hard to tell. You just know it when you taste it, you know? Yeah, said Maddie. I know. She picked up the whiskey bottle and began pouring another drink, this time 7 parts whiskey to 4 parts water. She was using the glasses she'd discreetly marked with measuring points, and she was confident she was pouring to within a centiliter of precision. She slid the glass over to him. Try this one, she said. That's still not it, said the man. It's a fine drink, though. I'll gladly finish it. Let me try one more time, said Maddie. I assure you this is a fine drink, said the gentleman. What I experienced in London was, I'm sure, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It would be completely unreasonable for me to expect you to replicate it here. A good enough drink is perfectly good enough. Something in the way he said good enough made her even less willing to give up the fight. She grabbed the whiskey bottle and was about to begin pouring again when she felt a tap on her shoulder. Shay. Or it goes to whichever... Okay, wait. chooses another user if no other pet time has been redeemed, or it goes to whichever floof the current pet time goes to. Fair enough. Puppy, come here. Pushy pooch. Garrus, come here. Puppy. Puppy, puppy, puppy. I think I hear him. There he is. Alright, we have 30 seconds of Garrus pet time. Oh, I feel cold. Here is my timer. Puppy, are you ready for some pets? Give me my mouse back. Bloop. Okay. Puppy, puppy, sit. Come here. Oh, you're over there. Why? Oh, such a fluff. No? Okay, I guess you can have another one. You've only gotten one today. Ow! I am cold, actually. I think I whined about that right before I did bedtime. It's like, I'm kind of cold. I feel cold. Weird movie reference. Puppy, sit. Who's a good boy? You came when I called. I'll stop harassing you. You're mooshing his face. Good. I have mechanical arms coated in like a layer of fake skin that are controlled by an animatronic cat. No. Bobby. Oh, let him finish his thing. Face boop? I don't have a face boop. Puppy. Puppy, pup. Pup, pup, pup. Come here. I booped him. Ha! I win. Face boop. Yes. Okay. Okay, puppy. Puppy, pup. Arr. How do I get your face in camera? I don't. Okay, that's fine. I'll hug you instead. Good boy. Where's a good boy? Sit. Yeah. Let's moosh his face. Moosh face. Moosh face. There you go. I mooshed his face. Alright. Synth Pop, thank you for that puppy pet time. Synth Pop and Fearlex, thank you for that puppy pet time redemption. Garrus appreciated it, and so did I. Alright. Puppy. Puppy, come here. Oh, puppy. I am actually cold, but I was too lazy to go get a cardigan, and I didn't feel like putting on the cat shirt. What about how I say puppy, puppy, puppy? Look at that butt! Look at that butt! It's too fluffy. I need to brush it too. It looks a little ragged at the moment. I've been slowly working on like brushing out his fur a lot lately because he's getting weird patches of like it soothes the soul. Okay. It's so fluffy, you're gonna fly. Fly here for GarrusCon where you can pet him. Okay. Back to the game.
Can I have a word with you?
Said Shay. Shoot.
In back.
Maddie followed Shay into the kitchen.
You've gotta stop trying to make the perfect water mix. You're not cracking some code here.
What did we add to the Garruscon menu a few weeks ago? We added... Oh no. I don't remember. Eldina, do you remember what we were gonna add to the Garruscon menu? There was something. I know there was. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't remember who it was from.
What that guy considers a perfect whiskey is not going to be some perfect formula that will work for everyone from here until the end of eternity. Different people have different tastes.
I'm aware of that, said Maddie.
So why don't you give it up?
Because I want to give him the perfect drink, said Maddie.
He already got the perfect drink in London 20 years ago, said Shay. And every day that passes just makes the memory of that drink more and more unrealistically impressive. Was it pasties?
Oh! Okay, yeah, maybe I remember now. Cornish pasties or something like that. Let's see, Cornish, steak and kidney, maybe a veggie option. Yeah, that'd be good.
Every day that passes just makes the memory of that drink more and more unrealistically impressive.
I know, said Maddie. That's why I have to make the perfect drink.
I don't understand.
Shay, that perfect drink in London 20 years ago? The one that he still remembers to this day as the best drink of his life? People are supposed to have memories like that about this place. Anari cheese? Oh yeah, we need to add that too. I've never even had it. Manchego is also delightful. And needs to be on the list if it's not. Somebody bought Manchego. Who was it? I don't remember. How did you like it? Have you tried it yet?
I don't remember.
We do have to accommodate Astro, it's true. The Anari cheese is, no, I thought somebody said they bought it. Anari cheese is like a sheep feta? No, that's not right. Hold on. It's from Cyprus. It's much less known than like halloumi. It is actually called Anari. Here you go. There's a link to the Wikipedia page. Is that why I make such cheesy jokes? You caught me. No, I actually found out Anari was a type of cheese well after I had established that as my username. It just works out so well. It's also an Indian name. Oh, I never knew that. Okay, I just looked it up. It's an Indian name and I was not... The name meaning is a little weird. I'm a log of cheese being controlled remotely by a cat. Sure, why not? Why not? Alright. This is where it's all supposed to come together.
And that's why you can't back down?
I can back down, but I'll find it very hard to forgive myself if I do, said Maddie.
Can I tell you a story?
Said Shay. I don't know. Who added that one? Oh no. Is this story going to suck?
You won't know until I tell it.
Sounds like a good reason not to tell it, then, said Maddie, crossing her arms.
I used to be a logger, said Shay.
You worked with lumber? You never told me.
I did tell you that I worked a lot of odd jobs. And I figured that alone would be enough to communicate that I'm full of anecdotes about a large variety of subjects even after you've known me for many, many years. I've lived a lot longer than I've known you, so it's Not like I could convey everything I've ever experienced in the time I've known you.
Au contraire, said Maddie. Conversation allows you to compress experiences. You could compress an entire day into an answer to a question, into the question, so what did you do today?
You're right. But I don't like reducing big experiences to short, pithy statements about what I've done. I already feel dirty about just saying I used to be a logger because there's so much more to that experience than the job title. And I'd like to tell you more about being a logger if you'll let me.
All right, said Maddie. Tell me about being a logger.
I was a logger for 2 weeks back in...
Wait, 2 weeks? You were a logger for 2 weeks? It sounds to me like you were a non-logger who engaged in logging activity for 2 weeks. No! None of you heard that again. There. Ah, my shoulder just popped. Ow. I'm good. You never did. Okay. Oh, I'm fine. Wait, did you hear that? Oh, no! Oh, I'm fine. Welcome to my life. I've been popping like a little old lady since I was small. It's fine. It actually didn't hurt. It just startled me. Okay. Logger is a title. Small pop is back. Stops. Yep. Yep. You have to earn that shit.
All right, said Shay. Point is, I learned a thing or two about logging.
A thing or two, and probably not much else if it was only 2 weeks. Soda pop is back. Oh no.
You're right, said Shay. Luckily, I only need to tell you one thing.
Oh boy, said Maddie. I can hardly wait. What's the one worthwhile thing you learned about logging during those 2 weeks?
When you're cutting away a tree, you actually have to cut away a lot of wood in order to weaken it enough to fell it, said Shay. That is, you're not merely cutting a gap in the tree, you're actually removing part of the tree to weaken it.
Yeah, I kind of figured, said Maddie. That's why partially cut trees have a notch in them. The notch just has to be, or has to keep making the notch bigger. The logger just has to keep making the notch bigger until the tree collapses. Was that your lesson?
You're not acting like yourself, said Shay.
Oh, on the contrary. I'm behaving exactly like myself, and that seems to bother you.
Shay grimaced. You're right. Can we still play at being teacher and student?
Maddie sighed and put her back against the wall, looking down. Yeah.
All right, said Shay.
He did his best to grin. Maddie gestured for him to go on. You were saying about cutting trees?
Ah, right. You need to create a notch, but to create the notch, you're removing part of the tree. You're taking a chip out of it.
Uh-huh.
It's really easy to get caught up in that when it's happening, said Shay. When chips are flying everywhere, the last thing you want to focus on is that big tree that's just standing still. You see a chip flying off somewhere, and your eyes, and more importantly your attention, naturally want to follow it and see where it lands. And that's when you start to miss with your swings. The secret to logging is that you can't pay too much attention to the chips. Some of the chips are going to land at your feet, and some of them are going to fly off and harmlessly hit you in the chest, and others are going to disappear from your field of view. But you have to focus on the tree. Focus on the impact you're making, not the trees. That's the secret of it. You need to focus on the big goal.
Thank you for sharing the secret of logging with me, said Maddie. Though it can't be too well kept a secret if it's knowledge shared by people with only 2 weeks of experience.
So is that it?
So is that it? Said Maddie.
That's it. That's the story. About how you just have to let the chips fall where they may.
Thanks for that bit of folksy wisdom, said Maddie.
I'm saving the pretentious wisdom for another day, said Shay.
Very thin line between folksy and pretentious when you're acting like a genius for having discovered the etymology of common idioms, said Maddie.
That reminds me of a story about wire walking, said Shay.
I'm glad. Maybe I'll even hear that story someday. She stepped out of the kitchen before Shay could continue.
Shay? I don't know what her name is supposed to be.
Maddie returned to the counter. How's that whiskey? She asked.
Best thing to happen to me all day, said the gentleman. You could say that this glass of whiskey is the thing that made my day.
Thanks, said Maddie. That's all I needed to hear. She learned a little bit. Okay, so what else do we have here? Now I understand the axe bit and why that was there. I was very confused about its existence. They seriously do not have enough plants. Like, come on. Also, I'm happy that these are outside, because these all mostly look like outside plants that need to be in full sun. Teen transient. Oh no.
A teenage boy approached the counter.
Shoulders slumped forward, head down, eyes on the ground up until the moment he looked up to order a drink. He was old enough that he could have passed for a young adult with a better presentation, but the posture coupled with the oversized backpack he was wearing were a dead giveaway. Irrespective of his age, he was still just a kid.
Can I get a Coke?
An order befitting a kid. Yeah, I think I can manage that, she said.
Think fast, said Shay.
Maddie turned around just in time to see an aluminum can hurtling toward her. She almost caught it. The can rolled towards Shay, who scooped it off the floor. He hesitated a moment before setting it on the counter.
No ice, right?
Said Shay. The boy nodded.
No. Or, yeah. Yes to no ice.
Shay cracked open the can and poured it into a waiting glass. Lies! I know this is a magic weird in-between place, but you still have to flip the can upside down and tap it before you open it when it's fallen to the floor and shaken up like that. Okay. Why does it censor cheese? Oh no. Have I been lewd for too long? By not censoring cheese? Okay. Slid down the counter, pushing it gently enough that it came to a rest in front of the teenage boy. Oh no! I'm so sorry! Katja, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I keep disappointing you. The boy grabbed the glass.
Thanks, he said.
He glanced around the room. If you're looking for a place to sit, there should be plenty of seats upstairs. The boy nodded and headed for the stairs, drink in hand.
Plenty of seats down here, too.
Plenty of seats down here, too, she said, turning to Shay.
Yeah. But I think upstairs is more Tuin's pace.
What did you just call him?
Tuin, said Shay. People have names, you know.
That's the problem with having regulars. People expect you to remember their names. Though now that I think about it, Tuin probably wouldn't mind finding out that you don't know his name. Oh no, K-pop is back. Hello, Biff.
Tuin probably wouldn't mind finding out that you don't know his name. You can't have your name on Maddie's shit list if she doesn't know it.
Does it have to be? Maybe. Though, let's see. Should he be on my shit list? Said Maddie.
Nah, he's harmless. Maybe a bit susceptible to peer pressure, but I think that's why he comes here.
To meet with peers.
To meet people who aren't his peers. How many glum teenagers do you see around here?
Too many.
Maybe not enough.
Please tell me you don't actually mean that. Hello, Lord Biffington. Teenagers have the highest noise to spending ratio of any demographic.
Not the glum ones. And if I were a glum teenager trying to find my place in the world and trying to carve out an identity for myself, I could imagine a worse place to do that than right here.
Teenagers can go be glum somewhere else, said Maddie. Whatever happened to proper teenage delinquency?
Careful what you wish for, said Shay. We've been mercifully delinquent-free for quite a while now.
Proper teen delinquents don't loiter in coffee shops, said Maddie. They set things on fire, spray paint alleyways, and stay out past curfew.
Does the city have a curfew for minors?
It should, said Maddie. Teens need to be able to break rules, and all the better if committing acts of vandalism at 11 p.m. gives them a 2-for-1.
Maybe they should avoid delinquency and just stick to general mischief.
Oh no, said Maddie. We already have plenty of mischief around here ever since Ashley set up shop.
Got it, said Shay.
Next time I see Tuan, I'll tell him he needs to be committing more crimes. Crimes, dude!
Crimes. What'll you do if he actually takes your advice?
He won't, said Shay.
Peer pressure only works if it's from a peer. Someone of my age telling him he'll be cool if he starts swiping liquor won't do much to assure him that becoming a thief is a ticket to popularity and acceptance.
So find another teenager to tell him.
I'll keep my eye out.
Alright, I don't really want to get into that since we have, like, not a lot of time. Oh, hello. Enter studio mode. I don't know what that means, so I think not. No, you get peer pressured only during this stream.
I mean, there is a lot of weight behind what he has to say, and he makes sure we know.
I want to be out of this mode, but I'm afraid to keep going, because it's late.
Out of the mode, it's fine.
He's very good at peer pressure. You will hear him. There is no choice. Do 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 do. Oh, it's doing a thing. Okay, hold on. Day 2, 8:15, outside the terminal. Gah, I don't have the energy for this, especially with everyone watching me. I hope he packed enough conductors. My order form was pretty vague. I shouldn't be worrying about the conductors when I'm not even sure I can pull the whole thing off without some sort of major screw-up happening. What? Fearlex, you're tied with everyone. Why is everyone tied? There's so many ties. I don't know what to do if everyone's tied. Supplier knew I wanted the conductors, or what I wanted the conductors for anyway, so he would have packed enough. And he knows I've got Ashley helping me. Oh. You just have to try a little bit harder. Yeah, you can do it.
Helping you with what, Madeline?
Piss off, Ned.
Rude.
Why do you have a bucket for a head? I don't understand why this man has a bucket for a head. Or a weird face tube. What is this?
You should respect your elders, you know?
God, listen to you. The council made you soft, didn't it? Oh, respect your elders. Follow your totally arbitrary rules or we'll make some cheap reason to destroy your business. Maybe he's a really good bassist. Okay. My name's Ned and I love rules.
You done?
Yep. Cool. You sound wounded.
You should be nicer.
Wow, sick comeback. What was it that guy you killed said? Oh Christ, I'm shot. Oh no, woe is me. Just a little throwback humor for you. Did I strike a nerve?
Did
I just what?
Maddie.
When Ned next spoke, it was in a deep, dark cadence, steeped in guilt and self-loathing. If Maddie had been able to see his eyes, she would have faced a withering glare.
We're rapidly reaching a point of no return. I can no longer promise to shield you from the consequences of your actions. What you did just there, quoting one of my victims' dying words at me, that was low. Even for you.
Frankly,
I'm disgusted. You dare to poke at my guilt? You dare? Let's talk about guilt, shall we? I don't suppose you might have anything weighing on your conscience right now, would you? As I thought. They may still weigh heavily on me, but I am absolved of my sins. I've had 100 years to process that and redeem myself through my actions. Your sins are fresh. They're lance marks on your soul, deep cuts in your aura. Swallow your arrogance, novice. I know what you did. And I can't wait to see how you plan to make this right.
oh. Rainy moods. Oh, that voice. I need some water. All right. The terminal. Toon. Age 16. Thinks he's smart. Not antisocial, just shy. Read a bunch of Wikipedia articles on optometry and considers himself somewhat of an expert. Hannah, age 16. Knows she's too smart for her own good. Hobbies. People watching. Self-indulgent teenage angst. Taking advantage of the fact that she's too smart for her own good. So, I'm not sure that alcohol actually makes you feel anything. In fact, going by its chemical properties, I'd say it's the opposite. Shut up, dork! We're planning a heist! Metaphysical debates about alcohol can come after. But this isn't metaphysics. I'm just talking about simple chemical interactions with our brains. Please take the energy you're putting into... You usually never have, like, hot chocolate because it's really sugary, and I don't think that's a good drink to be drinking when I'm talking a lot. Also, I don't have, like, cocoa mix. I'd have to make it, and I'm lazy. I'm, like, super lazy. Please take the energy you're putting into pedantry and redirect it toward the plan. The plan? The plan!
What's the plan?
I don't want to melt. I don't want to have to heat up the milk. That's another step. I'm sorry, Katja. I was thinking I could just reach over the bar and grab the first bottle I see.
Sounds risky.
Very chaotic neutral. And what's your alignment then?
Neutral good.
Double boilers are a huge pain. Gosh. I have cocoa powder. It doesn't taste good. No. I'm expressing sympathy.
Don't start with me. Alright, sorry.
Thank you, Katja. Uh-huh.
I'd say it was lawful neutral, but...
That's the coward's option.
Yeah.
But I'm getting back to the plan. She already did it. I love it. When did you get my face? I don't wanna, but I wanna. Dang it. You guys made me want cocoa. I don't have tiny marshmallows, though. All I have are the, like, normal-sized ones. Using your own pedantry to distract you was absolutely part of the plan.
Wow, so little faith in me.
Gotta minimize liabilities here. While you're out here playing checkers while I'm playing six-dimensional upside-down laser chess.
Shit.
I've galaxy-brained this, and now I'm holding the fruits of my labor.
Don't you mean our labor?
If you insist.
Give me a closer look at that. What sort of fruit did we pluck from the booze tree?
Really stretching that metaphor out, huh?
Yep. I don't recognize the language on this label.
What? Let me look. What the hell? I don't recognize it either.
Maybe it's a cipher.
Who'd make you read a cipher just to know what you're drinking? I only played through it once, so no, I didn't collect everybody in Chrono Cross. I have been bestowed upon me, or I've had bestowed upon me. That one, yeah. Beautiful.
A sadist.
Oh, we could ask Maddie what it is.
She's a sadist, right?
Too tempting, yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. You've been lied to, oh no.
Let's go find her
Apart from the fact that we specifically nicked it from her.
Oh, right.
You're meant to be the lawful one here, dude.
We agreed on neutral good.
Me not challenging your assertion does not make it an agreement.
Regardless.
Wait, hold on. I sense a dark presence. Do you feel it?
No, I don't feel anything particularly spooky in the air.
Yeah. Me neither. Hello, children. I see you've stooped to petty thievery.
Alas, sprung.
Can't believe my heist career is over so quickly. Oh, don't give up on your dreams, kid. Speaking of, you know what happens when you drink this?
I assume some sort of drunkenness.
Does it make your teeth fall out? Well, last time I had a shot of this, I woke up in Adelaide.
Wow.
Dragon Warrior Randomizer.
The result was 700 kilometers worth of drunkenness and bad decisions.
But I woke up 6 hours before I took the shot! Had to drive a rented car back and explain to Shay why I disappeared without a trace and somehow accidentally time traveled. Holy shit, can we give it a try? No. God, no. You ever heard of a liquor license laws? I'd end up in jail.
I think it'd be an excellent formative experience.
Yeah, if you're not perpetuating teen drinking culture, you're a loser.
As soon as we're done with the scene, I will be done.
Somehow I remain unconvinced by your passionate arguments. Well, we tried. You kids have way too much time on your hands, you know that? Shoot, it is Estelle's voice. Better than not having enough, right? I'm utilizing my skills to practice. Wait, utilizing my time to practice my skills. It's not wasted. Oh, wow! Sorry. Well, the non-existent industry sector that relies solely on the skill of reaching over bars and stealing bottles of enchanted booze is gonna be lucky to have you. Ah, oh, that's so validating, thanks. Can I get you two a coffee or anything? Hot chocolate? I'm kind of busy tonight, so I'm hoping that bribing you with free drinks will stop you from nicking my shit.
I'll take a free drink.
I feel guilty taking one since it was all Tuan's idea. Hey! But I'll graciously accept your offer.
Neat. What'll it be?
Hot chocolate for both of us? Hot chocolate for both of us! All right, 2 hot chocolates coming up. Seriously, don't steal anything else from my back's turned or I'll feed you to spite elementals. I wonder.
Spite elemental?
Maybe it's a metaphor. Is she saying that she'll eat us? Is she the spite elemental?
Oh no.
Maybe the real spite elementals. Maybe the real spite elementals were the friends we made along the way.
I hate this.
Fair. Okay, I think that's a good spot to stop on. Give me my mouse back, you rude program. Go away, game. Cool. Alright, let's put on some music and find somebody to raid. Not that one. Sure. Oh no, my back is not happy with me right now. Alright. Sorry for whining about old people things today a little bit. And is me. Oh. Send me a link or tell me what it is. Scorn as a cat name? I think it's appropriate because cats are very scornful. Although I'm usually one for like better names than that, but it's not the worst. I don't know. Alright, who do you guys want to watch today? Oh, I think I've seen that and I've thought about reading it and haven't. No. Turtle Guy's not live. I don't have Turtle Guy live. We have... I don't want to raid Arcus. He's got 5,000 people. Holy nuggets. No, Aaron, please. Wait, is there music? Okay, yes. Okay, I could send you all over to Munoz. He's playing Earthbound for the first time. Somersault is playing Spook. What is Somersault? Later, vampire! What spook is this? And my Twitch is broken too, so I don't really blame you. It's too okay. I don't want to raid something that's too spook. I'm sorry. Aaron, thank you for the 22 bits. Here is your sip in thanks. Have a good dinner. No, I shouldn't raid that one. Bahamut Lagoon. Ooh! Make baking bread! Baking bread! Or, wait. Bahamut Lagoon or baking bread, chat? What do you choose? Ah! Baking bread. Yeah. Why am I being added? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, alright, chat. Ultima 7 or Bahamut Lagoon? Bahamut. Oh. You've chosen Bahamut Lagoon. Okay. We have 2 votes. BizBaz isn't live! Ugh. Please, Bev. CarTube, I don't know this person. Alright. I will do that then. It's back, so Jay's, yeah. I wonder, maybe I unfollowed him a while ago. I don't know, he had weirdly political things in his turtle stream and it weirded me out a little bit, so I stopped raiding him for a long time. Like, by all means, be political, but I don't have to deal with you. Alright, I'm gonna send you all over to CarTube. QuarTube. I don't know what that is. Sorry. You're playing Bahamut Lagoon. Everybody. Lady Galago. I don't know why she changed it. That was like the perfect stream to raid. I understand the change, but stop it. Alright. Everybody, Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for lurking, chatting, subbing, 3 bits, 3 tips, 3 gift subs, following, hosting, rating, and just generally hanging out and being awesome people. She changed her time slot. She starts at 8 now when she streams. Following, hosting, rating, and just generally hanging out and being awesome people. I really do appreciate it. I hope you all have a great night and a great weekend. Wait, it's Monday. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Have a great night. I'll see you back on Wednesday for more Night in the Woods if you are so inclined to come and watch me play games about people who are very existentially dreadish. Yeah. Later, everybody. Bye.